it's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we like to buy, we hold, and we screw those edges. Screw them! That's right. That's where we like to fling some poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. Good to see you again. Welcome to Monday morning. The title for the day today is AMC 1 for 7.5 settlement shares are being issued today. Then we have news on Evergrande and Evergrande, or however the hell you want to say that. And then a forward look at the market. And so I'd like to kind of cover a little bit of those. Obviously, I think we all know about the 1 for 7.5 settlement shares. Whatever shares you had last Wednesday of AMC, if you were to take that value, actually, well, there's two different ways you could do this. You could take the value from last Wednesday, divide it by 10, and then divide it by 7.5, and that would give you your total amount of settlement shares that you would be receiving. Or you could have waited until Thursday at close, and however many shares you had at close on Thursday, which was the record date, then you could take that number, since it had a reverse split at market open, you could take that number and just divide by 7.5, and that would give you the total amount of settlement shares that you would be receiving. Should not be much of a mystery, so hopefully you guys understand all that. I think we've covered it ad nauseum. And taking a look at Evergrande, though, I'm going to go ahead and read off a news article that came through earlier this morning. China Evergrande, we haven't talked about this in a while. A lot of people were asking me about it, and I was like, I have no idea. I haven't heard anything about it in forever. China's Evergrande shares fall 79% on Monday, their first trading day following a suspension of more than 17 months. Shares on the embattled real estate developer opened 87% lower and ended the day at a 0.35 cent Hong Kong dollar amount. Trading had been halted since March 21st, 2022, when shares were priced at $1.65. Evergrande was the most traded stock in Hong Kong on Monday, with about 1.85 billion shares changing hands. Evergrande said the same day that a meeting with creditors to discuss offshore debt restructuring has been pushed back from Monday to September 26th. It cited various reasons for the delay, including numerous media reports which have wholly mischaracterized the restructuring or recognition under the Chapter 15 of the U.S. Bankruptcy Code. Now, I specifically want you to think about that September 26th date, because I do believe that there is some market trends that are occurring that are signaling towards major changes to the marketplace within the next month. And that's what I'm going to show you next. So I'm going to take you over to the other screen here real quick, and we're going to take a look at a few different things. I'm probably going to start you off. I don't remember what order I did it in this morning. I don't plan this stuff out. I'd show you, I just kind of wing it, because that's how I am. And so We're going to start off with VIX. One of the first things I'm going to do is pull VIX up here. We're going to take a look at VIX on a date on a. Let's look at it on daily. On a daily, we're kind of approaching. I've got a Fibonacci time sequence set up here, where on one of the more recent runs that we had, it shows where there may be impactful times on price movement, and where you may see a little bit of a trend, a difference in trend. And what I want you to notice here is just more or less that we're kind of built, we're inside this wedge. And an ascending wedge like this, usually you see, normally it's price. In this particular case, it's the VIX score or value. It's not a price. Dropping underneath this wedge, usually big wedges like this going up, price moves to the bottom side of this. So in this case, of value. So I'm expecting a breakout of this, and a retest off of 16 is very likely. We're getting very, very close to perhaps maybe seeing a significant change or trend change in where this is heading towards. And I just want you to remember this wedge here, breaking below 16, as I'm going to take you back in history, and we're going to take a look at when this also occurred, where we were trading underneath 16 for a while, and then you saw this. It's hard to see this wedge because it's actually not very. It's almost a parallel channel, but you can see the further I go out here, you can see that it's actually a wedge. The wedge just before COVID was starting to be created, and VIX was flirting with 16, broke above it temporarily, came outside the wedge like it should, and then immediately thereafter, within days of breaking down below the wedge, it made a reversal and broke back up above 16 and just skipped all the way up. And this was based off of market news that would have caused this to happen, because if you look at the dates, it was right around 2/20 of 2020, which would have been COVID. And so and this is one of the things that I actually kind of think is probably one of the most amazing things ever. You can see this trend line that I've got going here that starts from the top of February of 2018, using that as one of the touch points, and a secondary touching point as actually I don't. Oh, I guess right here. So I have 1, 2, 3. Basically, I use the third touching point of that trend line to show a point at where we may be seeing price, or not price, but the value of the VIX breaking above that trend, that longer wedge trend that we were in. So it was a temporary breakdown to the bottom side, and then once it did finally break up, it got that big, huge boost. And if you look at what's going on right now, we have that same kind of thing happening where on a much larger scale, you can see that if I drew some kind of trend line like that down here from, say, for example, this point right here, we may be getting really, really close to seeing a breakout, because if we have the initial break, beyond 16 of our wedge, our current wedge that's going upwards here, if we have the break below 16, maybe come back down and retest something around the 14.5 range or somewhere thereabouts, we could see a drastic drive back up and moving back into the range of around 30 point range, in which we, once we break past 35, it's all over. The market's going to be moving pretty quickly. Now, I'm guesstimating that we'll be hitting back in that 35 range, right around where this box is right here, which happens to be between, the box goes from 9.8 till about 10.3, which means that we should be moving that direction here within a month's time from now, or less. And so that's what I'm expecting to see have happen. Now, you may be thinking like, that's just the VIX. You can't just base the whole market movement off the VIX. And I go, yeah, you're probably right. You can't just base it off of that. Let's take a look at the US dollar. What's the US dollar trying to tell us? From a larger standpoint, on the US dollar, I've got I've got a big wedge that's kind of drawn out here. I got a big wedgie. This big wedge has got some big, bold red lines. Please excuse all the Fibonacci retracements that I've got in here. There's a solid white line in here at 102. It's been a level of support and resistance, this 102 value, for such a long time. We had an unnatural break to the bottom side here of this wedge, and then a move back up into it with an ascending parallel channel that hasn't really, in my opinion, even broken out of this. So I expect this to come back down and retest 102 before potentially breaking up to much, much higher numbers on the US dollar. When the US dollar goes up, the market goes down. When the dollar goes down, the market goes up. I'm expecting to see this break to the bottom side here to retest 102 very, very shortly. When is my box set for the break to the north side here? And it's from 10.4 till about 11.3. So again, the beginning of my box is really, really darn close to the ending portion of that time frame that the VIX is supposed to be heading upwards. So VIX and DXY, I think, are really kind of signaling towards the same thing. We get one more retest of 102, dollar takes off, market comes down. Oil tends to trend in the same direction as the market. If the market's heading up, oil usually typically trends upward as well. Where are we heading on oil? We saw a break out of a descending wedge, but it kind of traded sideways. Didn't really move a whole lot sideways. Why? There could be more tapping into the oil reserves in order to keep price stable. But if we start seeing oil rocketing back up in value, then we're probably going to start seeing the rest of the market moving up with it. And I do expect to see that happen once oil breaks this trend line right here, going up north. And you can see how many times it's been resisted here. But if it breaks that trend line and does not resist at any point and continues to rise higher and higher and higher, then very likely we could see the SPY ripping a little bit as well. So what about the SPY? What is the SPY trying to tell us? Well, let's take a look at it. Let me get rid of my Bollinger Bands. On the SPY here, I told you guys about 2 weeks ago that I saw perhaps maybe one last retest of 450. It might actually break to a higher level than 450. I wasn't quite sure exactly, but I thought there might be one more melt up before a complete meltdown. And I think that 450, which happens to be this white line just above the yellow line in here, I think we are going to get that retest. I don't know how high it's going to go. I can't say 450 is the limit. I think it could go potentially even higher than 450. I'm just saying that I think we will retest at least 450. And then I'm kind of looking for a breakout back down below during that same time frame. I think we're going to retest that 450, and we're going to be moving into a time frame here where we come moving back down in price. And this is something I think I failed to show you guys earlier. Why do I suspect a little bit upwards momentum first before an ultimate breakdown in price? I'm pulling up the Ichimoku on a daily. I don't normally look at it on a daily, but we got red cloud forming here, guys. Red cloud forming could temporarily be a short-term move to the top side, but ultimately price likes to break down through green clouds going down, and we never got the full breakthrough on the green cloud going down here. So is price going to move back up above the cloud for a temporary short period of time and then come crashing back down in this time frame where the thinning portion of the cloud is? Very, very, very likely, which is why I've got the cloud where I've got it. 9/19 to 9/26 are the dates. Those are the dates. Now, why specifically these dates? What is there going on with the end of September? What specifically, and why has the market had problems like this in the past with September and October? And a lot of it has to do with options. In September, we have a couple different events occurring. On the 14th, we have monthly AM settled index options that cease trading. On the 15th, we have monthly equity index and cash settled currency options expiration date, and PM settled index options cease trading on the 15th. On the 20th, monthly volatility products expiration date. And on the 29th, the quarterly expiration dates expire, which means they have to close out a bunch of positions and reopen new positions. Leaps. There's going to be a lot of activity going on here. The market's going to have to make a decision here about what they think that future holds for us. And we now have the Fed coming in this last Friday and telling us that they're going to there's a chance that we might see rate hikes starting to go back up again, or they may consider a rate hike. So what do we see now on chances at seeing a 25 basis point increase? Let's see. Which, by the way, guys, the date for that is going to be the 20th of September. Interesting how those dates all kind of are all very, very close to each other. 19.5% chance now at a 25 basis point hike. In November, we have a 50% chance of a rate hike of 25 basis points. So we have a greater chance of a rate hike before the end of the year than we don't. 49.4% chance at a rate hike before the end of the year. December, 46.8% chance at seeing a 25 basis point hike. They're not done. We thought they were done, but some of these numbers are saying otherwise. Who's that going to hurt? A lot of interesting stuff happening here, guys. Everything all kind of lining up and pointing towards the same thing. It's not just the SPY. It's not just the dollar. It's not just oil. It's also, wait, there's more. There is. There's actually more. There's Bitcoin. If the market's struggling to maintain collateral, they have to get that from someplace, or else they get margin called. If a lot of institutions are holding extra equity in places like cryptocurrencies, then they're going to have to pull it in order to dump it into the market in order to see their positions maintaining the collateral that they need to not get margin called. So what does that mean for cryptocurrencies? Not very good news. Not very good news at all. The money's got to come from somewhere. We have a head and shoulder on Bitcoin that played out. We had a 28-day period of like just sustained trading sideways that didn't really kind of set well with me, where I felt like it was extended longer than it should have been. I mean, it could just have been a longer head than what I had anticipated, but I had us for the downwards momentum here. It looked like it got delayed by about 28 days, so I moved out my my other side of my shoulder on this, and I think that the end, or the push down to retest below 24.7K a coin, is going to be between 916 and 925. Somebody's going to probably need to pull collateral. They're already signaling for it. But wait, there's more. No, I'm just kidding. That's it. That's all I got for you guys. But I think there's a very strong case here that this next month is looking to be a very, very interesting month for us in the market in general. And I am on a daily on Bitcoin right now, and you can already see down here on the TTM squeeze, you can already see that it's starting to peel over to the other direction, meaning there may be some instability and continued price movement downwards, which means it's probably going to come up a little bit and perhaps maybe retest this line. But ultimately, it would probably make for a pretty complete cycle to see it move slightly green beforehand and then coming back down and moving back to the negative side here. You know, a really small hump like this in here. Yep. That's all I got for you guys. I don't think the futures look very strong. I know you're gonna hear a lot of people up talking the market within the next I don't know, until it starts heading down, probably. There's going to be a lot of bullishness going on, and We'll see where that takes us. I'm not necessarily of the opinion that we will move with the market, but we could. As it stands right now, we're not. With that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Hector says, shouldn't Ape not be showing anymore now that it has been converted? Yes, it is delisted. On my page here, it's showing up as delisted. The only reason I have it up here is just for memory's sake. I'll probably take it down with the next week or so. It's me says I haven't seen my settlement shares in Fidelity yet. I haven't. I'm not even going to check my account. I already decided I wasn't checking my account until probably tomorrow. I might even wait until Wednesday to check. I don't. Tomorrow would probably be the earliest that I would check. I don't expect them to have all this ironed out until then. And Elizabeth, thank you for understanding. It's for your protection. It's not meant as a way to be mean to you. Promise. ABC, good morning to you. The answer to that question is likely yes. That's probably exactly what they've done, ABC. Albert says, so far, Casey, we've enjoyed inverse beta for quite a while. Also, you didn't mention Jerome's infinite money printer is what Wall Street is using. In the short term, yeah. Very likely they are. But it's, that it's screaming right now. I don't know if you've seen some of the charts right now, but it is absolutely screaming. Somebody mentioned inverse beta. I actually have a website for that. Hold on a second. Let's check it out. I mean, it's I don't know how this is going to react with this calculator, but we can try this. And if you guys want the link to this, I can send it to you. Let's see here. We'll do start month as, let's just do the beginning of this year, 2023. And we'll just run it through. We'll calculate the beta of the last 8 months. Excuse me. And we'll see what AMC's beta is. So the beta is showing up as negative 7.87. That is really drastically the opposite of the market. But let's kind of this is returning us a number of months here is 7. So we're going to shorten this time span up here just a tad bit and see how much it changes for each month. So for the last 8 months, usually you're supposed to look at this at a yearly. But, okay, it goes down to 6 for 6 months. March is still 6, negative 6.1. April is negative 16.9. So what I'm trying to show you here is that yes, we are negative beta to the rest of the market, but we're even more negative beta to the market the closer we get to current time. That's what I'm trying to show you. If we go to May, we're at negative 17.64. And June, it's gonna. Usually, it doesn't like to calculate anything less than 3 months here. And since June, 2 months worth of data, we're negative 36 beta to the market. I don't know if it's gonna do this one. Let's see. It's probably gonna error out and be like, yeah, not enough data. yeah, it did. It's like, no, you suck. So anyways, I can give you guys this link here if you ever want to check that out and look and see what the beta is. You can do so. Give me 1 second here. I just realized that I closed out my YouTube page. Sorry about that. There you go. I see Hector saying, shouldn't the value of Ape have been added to the value of AMC? And it was. I know it doesn't sound like it, but I can show you how it was. The problem is that they pushed down the value of AMC just prior to the reverse split and conversion. Let me add in... Let me fix some numbers up here real quick here because I was playing around with them real fast and I don't want to give you guys some like bad information here. Let's see here. We'll go back to... Yeah, all right. Check it out. So you got... let me expand this out just a tad. There we go. Today, don't count it as today because that wasn't today. That's actually, that's going to be the 18th. So 18th of August. On the 18th of August, they had driven price down from $1.98 or down to $1.98 on AMC. And is that right? Hold on a second. Let me just make sure I'm saying the right thing here. $1.98. When did they do that by? That doesn't look right. Like I said, I was messing around with these numbers a little bit. Let me pull up because I know I've got one spot up here. There it is right there. August 16th. 409 and 227. That's correct. There we go. That's the 18th numbers right there. This, even though it says 16th, it's really the 18th. So let me change these numbers. 409 to 227. All right. So on August 18th, the total valuation or market cap of AMC was 4.383 billion. And the crazy thing is that between that time and August 24th, they had pushed the price down on AMC to $1.42. Which means that they took 2.1 billion in market cap and dropped us down to 740,000 in market cap. And then AMC and Ape traded separately because AMC had the reverse split on the 24th, so we closed at 14.27. I'm actually showing 14.37 here on the page, so I might have something slight. It could be the aftermarket hours that I was counting in there, so I'm going to change that to 14.37. And then I think I'll leave this one the same here. It might have been slightly different than that, but essentially we were trading with a market cap of about 746,000 on AMC and a market cap of 1.43 billion on Ape. And then what happened was that the very next day conversion and reverse split occurred. And if you look at the total, if you look at the price on AMC at the open of the 25th of August, which is what AMC was supposed to have, AMC Ape was supposed to convert 1-to-1 into Ape was supposed to convert 1-to-1 into AMC, meaning whatever the price was on the beginning of open that day, that became the price, the total price. And so open on that day on the 25th was 1344. So let me change this. And what you'll see here is that our market cap was almost exactly. So you're saying you're asking, shouldn't our value have been the same? It wasn't that far off. It was only about $100 million dollars worth of value difference between the previous closing day's price and where we opened at the next day. So in reference to what it is that you're saying, yes, we did receive the same value for Ape as we had as AMC. It's just that there's more outstanding shares of AMC than there is Ape. And then by the 28th of August, and I haven't plugged these numbers in yet here, so we can just look at open price today was $11.96. And of course, we now have settlement shares that are entering into the market here, which is going to be 6,922,566 shares, which means if I were to, let me just make sure I do this right here. If I were to take the market cap at open this morning, let's see here. Our market cap this morning at open was 1.8 billion, which is significantly less than what it was on the 25th. But if we take the total amount of outstanding shares divided by the total market cap, times 10? No, that can't be right. Let me see what I'm doing wrong here. Oh, maybe it's the other way around, I think. Then our total price should be $11.44. Hey, look at that. We're $11.45. $11.44. We're right there. So what you have to do is you have to understand that they're pricing us in. They're pricing us in for the amount of shares that are going to be there. And then how they trade the market beyond that is difficult to say. But we're really, really darn close to what our total valuation should be is. Because you can't just take and add value without giving something up. So when shares are added into the marketplace, this market cap has to come down. Because you're adding shares, right? The market cap's going to come down. The price is going to have to come down because you're adding the amount of shares that are in there. To get your total price, you would take your market cap divided by the outstanding shares now, giving you your new price. So it's basically like you can take value. You can either take outstanding shares times price and get your total value, or you can take your total value divided by your outstanding shares and figure out what price should be. And that should give you very close numbers. But the answer to your question is yes, we absolutely did get all of our value. It's just that they knocked the shit out of it. From Friday to Friday, they absolutely just knocked the snot out of our market cap. And here's the troubling thing: there was no news. We didn't have any kind of news that should have warranted seeing our market cap getting dropped like that. None whatsoever. And what we ended up seeing happen the entire week was that there wasn't any shares that the market was retail was buying that were actually being purchased at the market. How do I know? Because short exempt volume was essentially the same amount percentage-wise that retail would normally buy. So they were taking all the buying pressure from last week and they were throwing it into short exempt volume. All of it. Donald says, what going on with Fidelity? They said my average cost is 121, and I'm nowhere near the number of shares I previously had. We had a reverse split and conversion, and that changes all those numbers. More than likely, PB Thor, right? Because what's going to end up happening is they're gonna try and knock the price down so they can buy those shares. But see, the thing is they're going to have to find those shares, right? They're going to have to buy those shares at a cheaper price. So this still doesn't stop the fact that they need to find shares. But they will. They'll have to find some shares because they can't just create short exempt volume and not find those shares in the market. Mega Johnny says, what was the short exempt volume for Friday? It is 9 o'clock. We can take a look at the numbers and go through those, but I'll just go ahead and tell you right now it was 579.4 thousand shares. I kept saying 740,000 million. Sorry. Yep, you're right. It was 740 million. My bad. Sorry about that. What if the DCC says you are forgiven, my ally in crime? They can't do that for the short exempt volume, unfortunately. The short exempt volume is one that does get reported. So they will have to find those shares. Now, you could ask this question, though. Is there any place they could find those shares to be able to buy them from? And the answer to that is yes. There's more lendable shares now. Now that Ape's converted into AMC, they could lend out those shares and use those to deliver with. But obviously, they're going to want those prices to be the price at which they lend those at. They're going to want them to be much low. They're going to want price to be lower. So let me take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so all those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Give me 1 second while I log into my broker. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for it, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, not a bad idea to do so. You never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. And hopefully last week you guys were taking pictures of hopefully you were getting statements of your portfolio from your broker as of last week before all this went down, so that you can understand what the differences are between before and after. I would highly recommend that after today you guys start taking some more images. Today I wouldn't even do anything until tomorrow. But you could probably start getting some settlement numbers and seeing how those look in contrast and comparison. And if there are issues, I would probably start those complaints maybe starting tomorrow. Give me 1 second while I log in my broker here. All right. This is a complete rundown and look through of all the numbers for the day today. So give me 1 second here. That's not the one I wanted. All right. Starting with top left-hand side. Price prediction tally points. This is not meant as financial advice. It is simply three apes who are trying to guess price prediction within a $3 price range. Here's what I got here. Let me see. Eric sent me a text. I've got 1075 to 1375. Eric has 1070 to 1370. And Apex has 1101 to 1401. So there's about a 25 cent, or 30 cent, 31 cent spread between us, which is not a whole lot, all things considered. I think most of us are kind of predicting more upwards momentum than downwards, as it looks to me like we're kind of targeting like $12. Looks like most of us are targeting about $12 for closing by the end of the day. Which is it's a little bit lower than where we were at last Friday, so perhaps just a little bit downwards momentum, but not probably as bad as many may think it might end up being. We'll see if we get that right or not. It's not meant as financial advice. And then taking a look at max pain for the day today, I expect this to change. Oh, by the way, one last congratulations to Eric for winning the price prediction tally points from last week. Apex didn't get a fourth point. Hold on a second here. Let me fix it. I just now noticed when I was looking at the screen here, he doesn't have his fifth point in there. There we go. Max pain was 450 this morning. I don't expect those numbers to continue to stay the same. I think it's going to change pretty drastically going into tomorrow. I'm not sure exactly why they're pulling those numbers from where they're pulling them from, so I would kind of ignore that for right now. Taking a look at off-exchange data, by this time of the day, I would expect it to be about 44% going through off-exchange, EDGX to be somewhere around 10 to 11%, and that's much, much higher. 45.38% going through off-exchange, EDGX 15.73 combined, that's 61.11%, and that's about 7.11% higher than I would expect. CHX volume for the day-to-day, 7,862 shares. GME CHX volume so far for the day-to-day is 0. Institutional ownership, again, another misreported value. It's obviously not 154.411 million shares because that would almost be every single one of them. I'm not sure when Fintel is going to correct their numbers, but they're still reporting the same amount owned by institutions. No change. And options. We've got a new options chain here. There is the regular AMC options chain and AMC ADJ. I'm only going to be reading from the AMC options page here. Let's give it a refresh and see where most of our volume is occurring at for the day today. The strike prices are ranging anywhere from $1 all the way up to $28 right now. Highest amount of call volume for the day today is at a $13 strike on the calls with approximately 2.6 thousand contracts. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $10 strike with 6.6 thousand contracts. Market indicating a closing price somewhere between $10 and $13 by the end of the day today. It looks like they're targeting in $12 as well. Maybe 11.5 is what they're targeting. Let's take a look at some of the other numbers here. Ortex is going to be given some funky data here for probably a little bit. There's going to be some confusing numbers here. As it stands right now, I think that they may have the short share interest of the free float finally corrected to the right value. The shares on loans showing up at 21.44 million shares. The short interest is at 16.33 million, which would be the equivalent of about 163 million shares from the past. That actually looks pretty close to right. So I think 11.01 is about what we're going to settle on short interest as of right now. So far for the day today, we've seen about 117,000 shares borrowed. Let me adjust my numbers. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 11.01. Cost to borrow mins at 0.18, average is 19.47, max 44.15. Why are these numbers much, much lower? Because when Ape came over to AMC as a conversion, there's going to be some additional shares that are available to borrow in there, which is why utilization dipped as much as it did. Now, I do expect these numbers to correct themselves back to higher numbers, but it's going to take a little bit before that happens. I know they look bad right now, but I do expect over time that these numbers will start to show larger values. Utilization went from 22.26 on Friday to 57.52, and again, I do think that will continue to move upwards. On loan amount driving upwards from Friday from 16.89 million to 21.44, and I would suggest that the reason that value went up the way that it did is the conversion of Ape into AMC increased the total amount of shares on loan to 21.44 million shares. It's almost exactly what I would have expected it to be. So I think we are reporting at the correct numbers now on that on loan amount. Remember, that would be equivalent of about 214 million shares in total from the past. Taking a look at Estimated short share interest of the free float. That's gone way, way down. It went from 28.65 down to 12. No, it went to 11.04. Why did it drop so much? The amount of shares that are available increased on AMC when you had 2/3 of more shares show up and convert from Ape into AMC, which is going to drop that probably down by 2/3, right? So we had 28.65, drop it down by 2/3, and you're looking at about 11%, right? So it's close, very, very close. There's just a lot more shares there, and so there's more available to borrow now. So it will cause our short share interest of the free float to look lower. Again, I do believe that these numbers will change very, very shortly to much larger numbers. On loan average age per day. Many of those new shares were transferred over as on loan shares, were loaned out within the last month compared to the 160 odd days or nearly 4 months worth of time being on loan prior, which means that we're going to see this huge dip in on loan average age per day. We were at 183.73. Now we're down to 21.45. And then last but not least, but security lending volume on Friday was being reported at 122.45 million shares. Today is now being reported at 25.04 million from Friday's numbers that moved in volume. Do note, 25 million shares in volume moving is quite a bit of the total outstanding amount of shares. What is that? Probably 1/5 almost. It's quite a bit. Moving on. Actually, you know what? Before I do move on, let's look at days to cover real quick. Massively driving up on days to cover from 3.89 to 4.58. And then one more thing is seeing that cost of borrow coming down there. And that's, again, only because of the fact that there's going to be a lot more shares available to borrow now. Dropped from 391.78 down to 51.39. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME I said Ape. AMC and GME are the only ones I'm looking for. AMC has a 75.06% buy to 24.94% sell ratio. Our volume is high enough to get us into the top 30 most heavily traded stocks. In fact, we're in the top 10, ninth exactly. Eighth position, sorry. GME is also on the list here with a 63.19% buy to 36.81% sell ratio. Looking very good on both AMC and Ape. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is at $11.19. My guess is that they would probably love to trigger that today. It is on from last Friday's trading price movement. Shares available to borrow. It's not showing any right now. It's kind of interesting, right? There should be a lot of shares available to borrow, but they're not showing them. NASDAQ is currently up 0.83. Dow Jones is up 0.73. S&P 500 is up 0.69. We have 4,406 advancers to 1,627 decliners. The market is cooking with bacon grease because it's looking hot and tasty right now. I'm telling you, you're going to see so many people yelling at the top of their lungs that this is turning into a bull market and get ready for runs because they're going to want people to sink their money into this market and make detrimental decisions based off of what I think is going to happen within the next month. Big bank movers for the day today. We've got FRC down 13.33. I'm only going to read ones that are plus or minus 2.75% or greater. Let's see here. Western Alliance pretty close, 2.73 up. Zion is up 2.96. And that's it. That's the biggest of the movers. Ethereum Classic is currently showing down 1.09%. And let's put this on a minute scale and see what we're doing here. We're kind of trending down right now. US dollar is, let's put on a minute scale. US dollar is trending up. Oil is up 0.88, trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.06 to 0.09 and trending down. SPY is up 0.72 and trending up. VIX is down 0.38 at 1562. VBR is up 1.29, trending up. Actually, it's looks like it's consolidating. I don't know. The very minute scale, it's consolidating, but overall, it's trending up. VB is up 1.33 and trending up. Tesla's up 0.74 and had an initial drop in open of market and is now trending up again. Amazon is down 0.24. Same thing with that one. Trend down beginning of market open and now trending up. Cinemark is up 0.64 and trending up. Doge is down 0.47 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.1 trending up. GME is up 5.14 trending up. HYMC is down 0.39 and trending down. NCMI is down 1.52 and trending down. Hood is up 0.57 and very slight trend down. And then AMC rather is on a slight downtrend. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. We have wow. It's quite a bit more inflow than outflow here. 7.7 million dollars more inflow than outflow. 10.4 million shares traded so far for the day today. Let's see what we got here for pace, because man, that's kicking. 60 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace for 67.66 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market this morning, the market was signaling for about 400, just a little bit less than 40 million shares traded by the end of the day today. But because we've been seeing such a huge push to try and drive down volume midday, I usually drop that number by quite a bit. Instead of targeting 40, I make it the top side of my number due to the volume vacuum that we see throughout the middle portion of the day. So at this point in time, the 20 to 40 million share prediction that I have for the day, I feel pretty good about it at 67 million pace right now. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI of 19.64, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 33.31, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 41.05, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.95, which is average. Ichimoku on a 1-hour time interval. And I'm not expecting to hit these numbers right now, guys, but I am just reading to you the way that I would read this chart. Lagging line is below price line, conversion is below base. In order for us to break above a red cloud for the day-to-day, we would have to see price hitting somewhere in the range of about 22.75, in which case that would constitute a very, very strong buy signal. No, I shouldn't say very. It would constitute a strong buy signal. Very, very strong would be breaking upwards through a green cloud. So I don't expect us to hit those kind of prices today. Price does usually tend to like to break through thinning portions of red clouds, which, you know, could be later on this week. If this continues to drop down, we may see a thinning portion by Wednesday. So maybe we trade sideways to slightly down until about Tuesday or Wednesday, and then start to kind of move upwards after that. On a 4-hour chart, we've got lagging line below price line, conversion below base. The thinning portions of the cloud are here already. And this would be to move up to price points in the range of somewhere between 36.60 and by Wednesday, a price of about 35.90. I don't think we're going to do that. I think we're going to see a thinning portion of red cloud in the future that will be breaking potentially up through in the next couple weeks, as that seems to be what's kind of formulating here based off this trading signal. In order for us to break above the red cloud for the day-to-day or become a strong buy signal, we would have to see price somewhere in the range of about $44. So I'm not especially, no, sorry, $43. So I'm not especially thinking that's going to happen. But I think we should be seeing some, I think we're getting close to a bottom here. With that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Let me take you over to the back of the big tramp as well and allow those guys to have their word as I will yield my time back to them. Have their word as I will yield my time back to them. Good morning. Have their word as I will yield my time back to them. Good morning. It keeps playing over and over. Hot mic, pirate. Hot mic.
Pirate, you got a hot mic. And also, good morning, Casey.
Good morning. I hate hearing myself. It's terrible. I don't know how you guys put up with it.
I was a little slow on the conversion there, so I apologize.
Are you under?
I'd like to share with you. You spent a great deal of time going through the RSI and the Bollinger Bands, the rest of the indicators that are on there. Very technical. I have a new indicator. Everyone knows Mrs. Pirate took my son back to college, and in her attempt to outfit his unfurnished apartment, they've been hitting yard sales in order to gather up a little desk and a few items. And as most yard sales and like that are known to have, they had a little pile of things that someone could have for free if they just wanted to carry them off. And he scored himself a collectible AMC popcorn bucket. And she sent me a text of that. You know, she drove 6 hours away and went to a yard sale, and the first thing she sees is an AMC popcorn bucket. And she believes in the fate, and she's a big believer in the signals from the universe. So you have your RSI and your Bollinger Bands and resistance levels, but I have popcorn buckets from yard sales, and that's my buy signal for the day.
Which one was it?
It was, she sent me a picture, and I didn't take the time to load it, but it was the, goodness, you caught me off guard here. It was an older one, but it did come with the lid as well. Forgive me, I should have known. Oh, it was Wonder Woman, the WW84 lid, and then a gold bucket with the multicolored WW84 on it. But her text was real simple. Guy gave this to us for free, and she said, "You can't make this shit up." Excuse my French or live chat, but again, like I said, you have your Bollinger Bands and your resistance levels, and I have popcorn buckets that arrive. I mean, just think of the odds of that. I mean, you drive 6 hours away, you go to one yard sale to pick up a used desk for $20, and the guy says, "Oh, by the way, there's some items here if you wanted these for free," because he's a poor college student, and he looks over and the first thing he sees is a popcorn bucket. So if that doesn't demand that I immediately buy 10 shares, then I don't know what I can say for you. When the universe speaks, you have to listen. The signs are all around us.
I want Thor's hammer. I tried to go get that and like kept going back and trying to get it and could never get one. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think you can order them online now. And I feel like what I want to do after this is all over, I want to create like one of those like momentum trophy cases kind of thing. You know, where like when you were a kid, your grandma had like the teapots or the little tea kettles or whatever and the plates and stuff. And then
absolutely,
what do they call those? I can't remember what those are called. It's like a cabinet.
Just the collectibles.
Yeah, it's like a collectible
curio cabinet. A curio cabinet.
Yeah, I want to get one of those. Then I want to get a bunch of different AMC memorabilia buckets and stuff like that I didn't have a chance to get, and just I don't know, just kind of make it. Yeah.
I could give you my hammer.
I bet you could. I
Well,
pass.
along that same subject, Casey, it's come to my attention. Someone posted it in your Discord. Interestingly enough, the KC, or excuse me, the AMC memorabilia buckets. There's a secondary market kicking in. They're becoming collectible. So all these people who want to round out their, any collection is, it's pride that demands you have every available item. So it appears now that there's people now that's buying them much like they've done trading cards and poker. What you pick your collectible? But I think it's interesting to note that they're going for a premium on the internet now. So that's nice.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I bought.
I know we have I know we have a gentleman in our chat. I'm not going to name him. I'm not going to make him a target for theft, but I'm certain everyone knows who I'm talking about. I think he's had every single collectible item that they've offered. We all know who I'm talking about. It's the same guy who buys the tickets and then doesn't go into the movie, but apparently he's sitting on a gold mine now.
No kidding. I pulled out my John Wick popcorn bucket that I got sitting right next to me because I'm a big John Wick fan. And so let's see if can I still do this. Where's my page here? Interview. Right there. So I got the collectible coins that came with it. We bought the collectible coins with the John Wick bucket, popcorn bucket. Dude, those coins. This is heavy. I was really surprised when I picked these up. I figured they'd just probably be like plastic, but they're legit. Like, I don't know. I feel like this is probably a good.
Those are cool. That's cool. I'm not big on collectibles, but I'd like to have that for my home theater.
Yeah, this may weigh about a pound or two. Yeah, it's about a pound.
Are the coins actual metal? I mean, I'm certain they're not gold, but I mean, or is it just a printed plastic?
No, that's what I'm saying. They're heavy. It's like a pound.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to have one of those. I'm not a collector, but I'd like my home theater to have a few items scattered around, and that's on my list now.
Yeah, I don't know. One of them's got
nice.
One of them's got
See, I had no idea. That's very nice.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. I'm gonna. Part of me wants to open this up because I used to like to use I used to use a silver dollar to be a placeholder for my whole cards in poker. But the one silver dollar that I used to use got lost, and I need a new placeholder, and I'd like to open this up and use these, but
no,
I know.
not. I'll send you if it means that much to you. I'll send you a silver dollar for
no.
Man, don't open it.
Yeah, I'm not going to open it, but I thought about it at the time when I first purchased it. I was like, yeah.
You're that guy that opens up like 100-year-old bottle of champagne because you're thirsty.
I hate to admit it, but I feel like you might be a little right on that. There might be a little truth there.
I know.
I've got it reminds me because I bought my wife these collector. Well, I think they're collector. They're probably not collector yet, but have you ever watched the movie or the TV series Walking Dead?
Oh yeah.
So in California, when I took her out there the very first time, we stopped by a supermarket and we found Walking Dead wine bottles. And I bought her a Michonne and Rick wine bottle, and we've got them saved right now. And there was I'm telling you, man, there was one day where I was like, I need a drink. I want a drink right now. And I was looking in the house and I was like, there's nothing. And then I saw the wine bottles and I was like, I was so tempted, and I didn't do it, but only because they were if they had been mine, I would have opened those and had some, but they're my wife's, so. Kevin says somebody took your silver dollar because it's 90% silver. It was it was more than that. I mean, you're right. It was a really old one. Super, super old. I think it was over 100 years old, if I'm not mistaken. Pretty sure it was over 100 years. Anyways, it was old. It was an old silver dollar. And they didn't take it. It was in my wallet. and I lost my wallet. So, I mean, yeah, technically somebody probably took it, but I have this really bad habit of losing wallets. It's not a good thing. You know what I had to do to stop that? To like kick that habit? I had to put my social security card in my wallet. I know that doesn't sound like
Well, to instill you with fear.
Yes.
To make it so.
Yes.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, it literally put the fear of God because it's my original social security card. If I lose that wallet, I lose my original birth social security card. So I was like, I can't lose this wallet. This is but I used to. There was 1 year.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that was your wisest decision. And
It's still there. I still got it. But you're right. I should probably take it out. But it literally, I lost 3 wallets in 1 year.
It would be like the mother load for an identity theft guy. So
I lost my wallet 3 times in 1 year.
Theory behind it, but I question the safety.
3 years. I haven't lost this wallet since I did that. I lost a wallet I had to get 3 different licenses in 1 year. I was like, the people at the DMV knew my name.
I would bet every single time you lost the wallet is when you broke protocol. And what I mean by that is when you broke your normal operating procedure, whether you placed it or laid it down or set it next to the lawnmower and said, let me just finish this and I'll pick it back up. Generally, that's how I lose things, is when I break out of my traditional methods of the activities.
I have a spot in my house, a little shelf, that when I walk in the house, it's the first thing I do is I put it right there. Because if I don't, it's just like you said, it will get left on a bumper. It'll get left on the top of the car. It'll get left on who knows what. And so if I don't put that wallet, as soon as I walk into the house, I know that's how I know if I've lost it or not. Because I immediately, when I walk into the house, my wallet, my hands go in my pockets and I reach out and I don't put that wallet there, I go like, uh-oh, where's it at? I start freaking out. So, but yeah, somebody asked me about a chain for the wallet. I can't stand chains like dangling.
Yeah, you don't want to be that guy.
That would drive me nuts. Having a chain slap against my leg like all day long.
Everything has a home. Everything has a home. My children want to pilfer my toolbox, and when they get done, they say, "Where does this wrench go?" And I tempted to say, "Well, where did you get it?" But instead, I say it needs to go home to its friends. So find like items. Nothing aggravates me more than to open a drawer and see a drawer full of screwdrivers, and then they throw a wrench in there. So my general rule is they want to live with their little family, so they, make sure they go home to their little friends.
Yeah. I need to take that social security card out though, because I've done a really good job.
Immediately.
It's been about 7 or 8 years since I've lost a wallet, but it was only after I put that social security card in there. Now that I'm saying this, I feel like I'm going to lose it if I take it out.
Hey Casey, did you look at the Discord that I sent?
No.
I tagged you. That's the wallet that I carry around. It's so big that it's a half a pound by itself, and most of the time, if you have it or don't have it.
So yeah, wait, hold on a second. Give me a minute. I'll be right back.
That's a small purse.
He's one of those guys that has to see a chiropractor because of the wallet making him sit crooked in his car when he travels.
Oh, I don't put wallets by. I don't. So yeah, I don't. Yeah, I take my wallet out when I drive.
All right.
Well, if it's the size of a brick, you'd have to.
This is my wallet. Are you ready for this?
Are you showing us your prison wallet or what?
That's my wallet. And let me just tell you, I don't have small hands. I have pretty decent sized hands.
No, that's ridiculous, right? That's ridiculous, right? You need to purge that thing. You need to purge that. You got like 6 expired credit cards in there.
No.
Coupon from 1883 for 2-for-1 Papa John pizzas. It's expired. Come on, man.
I don't. I really don't.
Really?
I don't. I have everything in here is something that I need, and
I'm throwing the bullshit flag. Let's open her up right now and let's just give us a readout. I bet you the first thing you pull out is an expired credit card.
No, it's not
expired from like the last 10 years ago.
Casey, mine's
George Costanza.
twice as big.
Yeah, censor content. You're right. They did a bit like that on Seinfeld, where one of them had he had a
his
wallet
whole
the size
wallet
of the
blew
family
apart.
Bible. It was a wallet the size of the family Bible shoved in his back pocket.
Oh, mine's easily bigger
It
than a
blew
Bible.
apart in the middle of the street.
But I'm telling you, I've used this wallet for like 4 years, and it's amazing.
Ned
It's not
Ned Rierson says Social Security number has almost been replaced by our cell phone number.
No, I would have to disagree with him respectfully on that. When you go in to do anything of real consequence, they don't care what your cell phone number is. They want that Social Security number.
Casey's gonna throw his back out with that wallet. I love the comment on there. One more punch in those cards. Johnson says Casey's gonna own the world.
Yeah, he gets points for that. Definitely nice.
I
well
do
done there, Johnson. You get a point for that one.
Wait. There are legitimate cards in there that have stamps on them where I'm missing like 1 or 2 stamps that I'm away from getting a free
Well,
whatever it is.
Share with the class. Let's see what you got going in there. What do you got?
But the smoothie,
Subway. You got a Subway card. They haven't had Subway cards in 10 years. You got a Subway card, I'm sure.
the smoothie place that particular one that I'm talking about is pretty far away from me, and I probably won't go back again. But I'm keeping it just in case because I just need 2 more. I need like 2 more stamps.
It is
Right.
George Costanza.
So that you can get like 16 cents off of a medium coffee.
No.
5 years from
It's
now.
like it's
Yeah,
a free drink. I want the free drink. So, and they stopped doing the cards. They stopped doing the cards at the place, but they said they would give it to me if I kept coming. And they were discontinuing all the cards. But so long as I kept bringing mine in, they would keep stamping it, and as soon as I filled it out, they would give me a free drink. So. That was like 7 years ago too, because that's how long I've had the wallet for.
You got like four coupons for free bowling at the local bowling alley, but they tore it down like 7 years ago.
No.
It's not even there anymore, but
No.
you still got the coupon.
I don't have anything that doesn't. Well, I don't think I have anything in there that doesn't correspond to something that doesn't exist still. Subway
Hey,
cards. Yeah, what's up?
You should just put a strap around that wallet and wear it around your waist.
Oh my gosh, no. That's so weird.
You call my wallet a purse, but this thing, when it falls out of my pocket, it makes noise. Like it's like
Breaks toes.
no, like I know when it falls out of my pocket.
Let's just say I know how to.
See, no kidding here. Tell the truth. I know you probably do business with like Home Depot or Walmart. Are you one of those guys that has like 3 different Home Depot cards though, instead of just one?
0. I have 0 Home Depot. I don't have any cards from any company in there. In relationship to like a credit with that company, none.
Okay, well you get a pass on that then.
Yeah, and
So
somebody.
there's no way. I mean, that thing looked like a Reuben sandwich when you held it up. So there's no way that everything in that piece of dead cow skin is necessary to be carried around. I'm just not buying it.
Nah, I couldn't bite into this. This is bigger than any. There's no way I could. There's no way I could even take a bite out of this wallet. There's not a chance.
Exactly.
Yeah, not a chance. Yeah, no, I've got like the very first 2 cards are cards accounts that I have accounts with. The next sheet thing here's 2 cards to accounts that I have accounts with. The next one is insurance cards and stuff like that, and insurance. What's this one? Insurance.
Andy said you're almost a rubber band on your wallet status.
Let me come at this
All
a different
insurance-
way.
insurance cards.
Instead of the carrot and the stick, let's try the carrot. We will give you 1 AMC share for everything in that wallet that you find that you can eliminate. And I don't mean throw it away, but it's not something you need to carry every day. You get 1 share for every purge item. This is how you handle a hoarder. Give Mrs. Pirate, like, I got to give her a new pair of shoes for every 10 pairs she throws away.
All right.
So I'm going to treat you in the same fashion.
I'm gonna get you guys to help me out here with trying to get rid of things. I'll just I'll try to give you an example of like stuff that I just hold on to. I have in my possession right here a San Diego adult 1 day pass ticket to the zoo, San Diego Zoo. It's free. If anybody wants to help me get rid of this,
That's one share. That's one share right there. That's,
One share.
that's your
If
first
any-
share. Set it off to the side.
if anybody wants me to help get rid of this,
Diesel
but
tank.
I will be going back. See, the thing is I know I'll be going. My mom lives in San Diego. I take the family out
Do you
there,
want
and
the
so
one share of AMC, or do you want
No.
the zoo ticket that you're never going to use?
you don't understand. Like oh wait, it expires 7/3/2022. Damn it.
Look,
Damn it.
I rest my case. I'm going to put it to chat. If chat's the jury here, good people of the jury, I rest my case. The very first item is a purge. Should we continue, chat?
Fine, that's a purge. All right, we got that. We got rid of that one. Let's see here. I have I do have gift cards in my wallet. A lot of times for Christmas, I get gift cards, and I have a Panda Express gift card in my wallet. I got to keep that because that is worth something. I have a Target gift card.
Wait, whoa. You're going a little fast here. It's like arguing with a shill. Let's address these one at a time. Have you been to Panda Express since you were given the gift card?
Yes. And I forget that I have it every single damn time that I go, and so it just sits in my wallet as I pay with a card, like a bank card or something. I probably go with Panda at least once or twice a month, so I'm sure.
So if it pleased the jury, how many times would you say you've been to Panda Express since you've been carrying the free fried rice card?
Shit. 16 times.
Chat, can I get chat to agree that goes in the purge pile? 16 times you haven't used it.
There might be 50 bucks on this. I'm not purging
the evidence
that.
is clear. The
No,
evidence
no.
is clear. You're carrying that for no reason.
I'm not I want you to. Go. Yeah.
Maybe,
Give it to your
maybe
son,
if it was
man.
the only
Give it to
thing
your
in his
kid.
wallet, though, he'd use it. I think
There
it's,
you
Your kid
go.
would love that.
Wait.
Absolutely. There you
what's
go. Good solution. Give it to Hunter.
Regift it.
It won't go to waste, and it's a purge. Everybody wins.
Regift.
Nicely done, censored.
Regift it. Gotcha.
All right. And listen, we've only got an 8-hour show, so let's move it along here. What else you?
I got a Holiday Inn breakfast for 2 coupon, and I'm not even. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. We went to San Antonio.
We're 3 for 3 here, people. We're 3 for 3 here, people. We're just dinging these balls right out of the park. We're knocking these things completely out of the park here.
Don't they give you free breakfast anyway? Yeah, you get free. Here's
No, that's all the time.
No,
That's all the time
this-
we spend on that one. Purge. That's
this-
all the time that one gets. What's next?
No, hold on. This is one of the nicer Holiday Inns, and so they gave out gift cards because it was an all-you-can-eat
That
buffet. That was not the kind that you would normally eat because it was on the Riverwalk. So you
That's
you had
an
to.
oxymoron.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's like marrying a pretty.
Gosh darn it! I know how to hold.
You're a good holder.
Yeah, I'm a good
What
holder.
else we have in this little cornucopia of coupons?
The chat's asking for the Blockbuster card. Show us the Blockbuster card.
Ned Ryerson says, "Oh, the
We know it's
5-star
there.
Holiday
right
Inn."
on
Yeah.
Dario, right on
Yeah.
Dario D. You know he's got it in there. Where's it at?
What do
Show
I
it
have?
to us.
What do I have?
Blockbuster card. They've been out of business for 10 years, but we know you're still carrying a rewards card in there.
I have my Blockbuster card, but it's not in my wallet.
Okay.
I do have
Moving
it.
forward, what else you
I
got?
saved it someplace because I thought it would be really important to save.
Sure you did. What else you? What
No,
else
it
you
was
got?
like I knew they weren't going to be in business anymore. I was like, this is going to be a keepsake. I want to just have this. I also have I think somewhere I have one of those old cases from 'em as well, the VHS and DVD boxes.
Oh, you didn't return it?
There's not a cow
Right.
in Texas if we can't cut the size of that wallet down by half.
Yeah.
So what else you got?
I got a business card
Bond
for
over
where
there from the prom, maybe.
I got a business card for 3 different businesses here, and the only reason that I'm holding on to these is because one of them is for touch up of a vehicle when
Mr. Fister distributorship.
No. When we have hail damage here like once a year, and this guy is like freaking amazing at repairing hail damage, and he's like super cheap. And it used to be with USAA, if you could get it for, they would come out and they estimate your damage and then how much it's going to cost you. And if you can find somebody who will do it for a cheaper amount, you just get to keep the difference. And
So you keep that with your insurance policy.
so I hold
Exactly.
this,
It's
guys.
not an everyday carry item, though.
I need it in my
I know
wallet.
you have hail damage like twice a week. I know you have hail damage twice a week, and you need to refer to that all the time. So statistically, I know it's to your advantage to lug that thing around for the next 10 years. But let's just take a chance here. Let's take a flyer and put that maybe with your insurance paperwork, like Sensor said. And what else you got?
I need this one. This one's important. The other one I could probably get rid of though. It's the dealership card that I got for my car, and I wanted to deal with the same guy that when I went to go buy my next Challenger, I wanted to deal with the same dude because he was pretty cool. But I just threw that into the discard pile. So I did. I've gotten rid of 3 things now. 3 things.
Well, for what it's worth, it's nothing wrong with keeping business cards, but maybe find an old junk drawer or something, and accumulate them there for future reference.
I mean, they're
not
thin.
necessarily an everyday carry item.
Yeah, they're pretty thin. I mean, these business cards are pretty thin, so it's not like it.
It's called the contact list in your phone.
Yeah, just go digital.
Boo, it's funny that you said that because Mrs. Pirate, she takes the business card and just snaps a photo of it and then throws the card in the trash. So I think you're onto something there.
The chances of me being able to find that afterwards in my phone someplace is probably next to nil. So
About as good as finding it in your wallet.
no, I just found it in my wallet.
This is comedy gold. What else you got? Throw that fishing, make that hook and throw it back in the pond. What other kind of fish we got coming out of this fishing pond, this comedy fishing pond here?
I'm pulling it out here. Hold on a second. Okay, there are some receipts right there that I just got rid of, but those are super thin. I never would have noticed that those were even in there. So,
no,
right.
Save the justifications.
Yeah.
Save the justifications. You're carrying receipts around for tax deductions from 4 years ago.
Actually, that's exactly what that's from. Yeah.
That's called garbage. We call that garbage, Casey.
Yeah,
so
I threw it away. I threw it away. Dermatology business card for my dermatologist. He's amazing, by the way. Absolutely amazing. I'm throwing that out. Esteemed automotive business card because he's my master technician for my vehicle, and he's amazing, and I just threw it away.
Listen. Let me just take a brief moment. We are so very proud of you. You have so much support. We're sending all our good vibes to you right now. We want you to know that you have the full support. I know this is emotionally traumatic for you, but we're here. We're all here for you. So let's keep.
I got to get through.
So
yeah, I got to do numbers here in a minute. So I'm going to finish this stack off, and then we'll get to numbers. I do have a Specs key card, but I never punched it out because it was the size of about a credit card, and so I just wanted to keep it on the card because I don't want to put it on my keychain. I hate it when those things are on the keychain. So I have a Specs card here. You know what that is?
Don't they just
we need
phone
some
number now?
clarity.
It's
We need more clarity on that.
it's alcohol. It's a place to buy your alcohol.
Oh, but you don't drink anymore.
You get a
that's an honor.
you get a discount for being a. I think you get discounts. I don't know what you get. You get something. I don't know.
Well, just 2 brief questions. When was the last time you bought from them, and did you use the card? And I'm certain.
Yeah, every time.
My point is obvious.
Every time.
Oh, okay. Well, then I stand corrected. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Yep. I've got a really so Hunter just graduated high school. He's 18 years old now. I've got a card here from when he was. It's from a company that does missing children, and it's something you can hand to the police. In case
keepsakes. That goes in your keepsakes and photographs.
This is it's a little picture of him that I kept.
Bye.
Yeah, but it's something that I can't get rid of because it's just such a cute picture of him when he. Let me share it with you guys. So I want the whole world to see how cute he was.
By all means.
When he was a kindergartner. I think this is kindergarten. If I had to guess. Hold on a second. He's such a handsome guy. Look at this. He's such a cutie pie. Let's see if it'll focus. It won't focus. Can you see it?
Oh, yeah.
Pull it back to you just a little. No, push it forward a little bit more. There it is, right there. Yep. Very nice.
Such a cutie pie.
Very nice.
Yeah, he's a handsome
Yeah.
kid.
Aw.
Yeah.
Well, that thing's just going to continue to deteriorate in your wallet. So either have it laminated if it means that much to you, or put it in your picture albums.
Yeah.
You're just going to destroy it.
I got a go play golf card here. Somebody gave me a $50 gift card to go play golf, and I haven't used it yet. And I plan on it, but I just don't know when. I have what is this?
Well, slow down there, Chief. Slow down. You have your own golf clubs?
Yep. Nice ones too.
Well, then why can't we put that with your tees? Just put that in with your tees and your golf clubs.
Because I'll forget about
Your
it,
golf
just like I
balls.
forget about it in my wallet.
Well, then that makes it trash. Then that immediately you just
No, it is not
immediately it
trash. I'm not throwing that away. Let's see. I'm throwing this one out. This is a chiropractic place. Throwing that out. It's a business card. Shoot point blank is the shooting range at which I shoot at. And oh, what's this? Music.
We're on the crazy train, man. Somebody's giving it's apropos, man.
All right. The very last thing here before we move on to numbers, I'm getting rid of a $14 haircut that has no expiration. It says save $4. Actually, where's this to? Cost cutters. I'll never go back there. That's trash. All right, that's good. I got a nice little.
Great idea. Let's everybody give our little hoarder a round of applause for the good progress he's made today.
little hoarder. The wallet's still extremely thick. Not any really substantial reduction. This is the stack.
We've just scratched the surface. I mean, it took you 20 years to fill that up with all that garbage. It's certainly not going to get.
That's the
purged in
stack
half an
that's
hour.
getting thrown out right there. That's what's come out of it.
Nice. Look at that. Nice.
Man,
All right.
I made you a He-Man birthday cake.
Wait a minute. Somebody's playing around with the soundboard, and that's fine. I get it that it's not my sole domain, but I thought you were saving the "we can be friends" for the next good fist fight or argument. Wasn't that what we agreed on? That it was supposed to be applied right at the nastiest next fight we had. We can be friends.
Yeah.
That was pretty funny.
Yeah, it was, but this was a good time too.
Is
All
that
right.
is that one of our new ones?
No, we have a freelancer. We got a guy that's gone rogue. He's like you have your army, and then you have like the French resistance who does kind of their own thing, but they're loosely aligned with you. I think that's censored content's approach to the soundboard. He's got his own little arsenal of
Gotcha.
giggle
Yeah.
bites, and
Okay.
I got
And
some
then he
stuff
just-
on there.
yeah.
All right.
Going streaking through the quad and into the gymnasium. Come on, everybody! Woo! Come on! We're streaking!
All right.
All right.
Numbers time. Oh boy. Alrighty. We'll have to go back to enjoying cleaning my wallet out time. All right. Is this high quality entertainment? Are y'all laughing? I hope at my expense. Good. If you don't like it, tough. All right, starting with the numbers here. Let me update my screen real fast, and we will move on. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, and so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 49% going through off exchange. EDGX would be between 11 and 12%. Right now, we've got 50.94% going through off exchange, which is pretty close to what it should be, and EDGX is at 13.62, which is a little elevated. That's about 4.56% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume for the day so far is 8,162 shares. It's nothing unusually massive at this point. CHX volume for the day today on Ape is at 0. Taking a look at, let's see what's next here. Ortex. By this time of the day, or actually there is no suggestion by this time of the day. So far for the day, we've had about 330,000 shares having been returned. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop to 10.97%. Cost borrow ends at 8.81, average is 18.64, and max is 44.15. Shares on loans at 21.44 million shares. That's been an increase over last Friday, but I'm not going to give you guys those numbers that I normally give you until tomorrow because we need to see what day-to-day looks like. And that increase from last Friday was just an addition of the Ape loan positions being added to it. So I'm not going to read those numbers off. Taking a look at options. Let's see what we got going on here. As of an hour ago, highest amount of call volume was at a $13 strike. It is now still 13, but barely. There was 2.6 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 3.9. We're actually having a low volume day today on the call side of these positions. However, on the put side, we're actually seeing a lot of volume in here. We have 16.1 thousand contracts so far on puts at 13. It was $10 strike earlier with the most volume. There's 16.1 thousand contracts at 10. So somebody is buying in the money puts. Obviously, I mean, for me, that seems to me like somebody who needs shares pretty badly. I can't imagine why they would pay a premium for shares unless they just can't find them. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. AMC is in the top 10 here, it looks like, of most heavily traded stocks with a 73.39% buy to 26.61% sell ratio. Looking incredibly good. GME also on the list here with a 61.88% buy to 38.12% sell ratio. Looking good as well. SSR trigger price is at $11.19. We are on SSR being tripped from last Friday. Did we hit 11.19 since market opened? Hold on a second here. Close. We hit 11.26. It was really, really close, but never quite hit it. So it's not tripped for today yet. Shares available to borrow still showing up as 0. NASDAQ is up 0.49, Dow Jones is up 0.48, S&P 500 is up 0.37. We currently have 4,152 advancers to 1,913 decliners. The market's still cooking with bacon grease, although it's not doing as well as it was an hour ago. So it is starting to decline a little bit here. Starting to see a little bit of a shift. Taking a look at big bank movers for the day today, plus or minus 2.75% or greater of a move. We have FRC down 6.67. And that's our biggest mover for the day today. There's nothing else showing up within that range. Ethereum Classic down 1.17% for the day today. And I'm going to go with consolidating currently. US dollar is currently up 0.05, also consolidating. Oil is up 0.88, consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.02 to being up 0.07, and starting to trend downwards. SPY is down or up 0.35, but trending down. VIX is down 0.45, but trending back up. At 1569. VBR is up 1.1 and starting to trend down just slightly. VB is up 1.04, trending down slightly. Tesla up 0.27, trending down. Amazon down 0.8, trending down. Cinemark up 1.08 and trending up. Doge is down 0.34 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.1, trending up. GME is up 4.26 and starting to trend down a little bit. HYMC is down 0.94, trending down. NCMI is down 1.87, starting to trend down, or is trending down. Robinhood breaking even for the day and trending down. And AMC down 4.02, currently on an uptrend. Although it looks like it could be breaking it, might be consolidating currently from where it was at market open. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately, let's see here, $5.7 million more inflow than outflow. 13.29 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 103 minutes worth of trading, that puts us on a pace for 50.32 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure than an RSI of 19.71, signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure than an RSI of 34.16, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 42.96, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 49.54, which is average. Benzinga is throwing out an article. What in the world is going on with AMC stock? I don't know that I'm going to read it. I'm pretty sure we're well aware. And with that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the big tramp. Boy, numbers go through so much faster now. That leaves us so much more time to talk. Powerborn says, we will eventually find ourselves under investigation for giving comedic advice and creating laughter without a certificate of giggle efficiency. I think it's funny that they that there's people who literally are upset that we're laughing, having a good time.
Oh, it was my proudest moment when I read the tweet. When I read the tweet that you identified, where they were chastising us and clutching their pearls and all in vapors over the fact that we were actually having a positive attitude and laughing with a little work mixed in. But it was my finest hour when you showed me that.
Yeah.
We need a small sound clip with Greta saying, "How dare you!"
Bob says, in the money puts looking good. Looking good for us. Case. I'm not sure what he means, but I think, are you saying, are they good for us? I mean, who's us? I don't think, I mean, I could be wrong on this, but I know I would suggest that majority that's all institutional purchases. It doesn't necessarily mean anything good. It just, to me, what it means, number one, is that somebody needs shares and they're willing to pay a premium for them. So, is that good for us? No. I'd rather see them buying off the lit market because that helps increase price than just simply collecting from a put that's in the money.
In the category of ask and you shall receive.
How dare you!
Yeah. I felt it was so weird.
How dare you!
Got
Getting-
my own
getting
censored.
admonished.
I'm holding a baby here, so it was done with one hand. All of this, but we got our own now.
That was quick.
Look, you ask somebody around here for a number concerning failed to delivers or on balance volume, it could be like an hour before you get an answer. But if you ask if we can get a sound clip for some Get to the Chopper by Arnold Schwarzenegger, and it's like, if it's 30 seconds before it arrives, it's late.
What is this one? Coolest name ever. Let me see.
That's the coolest name ever.
What's that one?
It's from Deadpool. I was just going through soundboards and I found a few Deadpool ones.
Oh, okay. I do like the "Where's the money?"
Where's my money, bitch?
I like that one. That's funny. That's straight from Breaking. That's got to be from Breaking Bad, right?
Yeah, someone suggested "Show Me the Money" from Jerry Maguire, which is very funny and apropos as well. But it's we don't need we've got such limited space on our fun board that it's probably important that we don't have two that are too similar.
Meep says, if I purchased shares when they were 50, why wouldn't I purchase more at $1.12 from the old prices? I don't know why you wouldn't. I feel like that's like a trick question. Like am I just supposed to agree and be like, yeah?
People are stuck on converting it back to the old price. I don't know why. Living in the past, I guess.
Well, I mean, I'm even doing it with some of my numbers too. Like, for example, like the short exempt volume. I say like that would have been, instead of 5.7 or 570,000 shares in short exempt volume, it's 5.7 million. So I find myself doing it as well, just to kind of like, kind of give myself a remind, I guess, maybe even others, that what it would have been like. Keto says 3 wallets in 1 year, and this is the guy we were blindly following. I have never. Get out of here, Keto.
You're fired.
What is it? Geniuses are absent-minded. What can I tell you? Oh man. It's
Bye, Mr. Duck.
it's that whole ADD thing for me, honestly. And I know I said I wouldn't blame it on anything, but I wouldn't be using the ADD excuse anymore. But it really is. I mean, when you have attention deficit disorder, and you start thinking about one thing, you lose your thought process on everything else. So something as simple as unloading groceries. You could accidentally set your wallet down on a bumper or something like that and be like, I'll pick that up when I'm done unloading these groceries in the cart. You load the groceries all in and your mind's already off thinking about 10 other different things, and you don't even come close to thinking about the fact that you just left your wallet sitting on the bumper. Of course, I feel like that's something just anybody could do. It just happens that it happens more often to me than most other people.
I lost one in 20 years. I was exiting my car. I had cell phone in one hand and wallet in the other. And I saw a McDonald's cup and a bag and a few other things that needed to go in the trash. And I'm not the kind who can leave that behind, too obsessive compulsive. So I gathered them up in the hand with my wallet. And as I walked towards the door and past the garbage can, I opened the lid and tossed all the refuse in the hand in the garbage and closed it and went on in. And I threw away a wallet. I threw away the wallet with $300 in it. The next day was garbage day. The garbage was out and gone. And by the time I looked for it, I knew exactly what I'd done with it. Again, breaking protocol. I did something I don't ordinarily do.
Yeah. AMC Panda says, how many times have you left the stove on? Not very often on the stove. It's more the grill.
Yeah.
I do the grill all the time.
Yeah,
That
I
was-
would agree. I've done the grill several times, never the stove.
It's really frustrating with the grill too, because it's like the whole propane tank's gone by the time you wake up in the morning and realize you left it on. And it's like, son of a bitch. It's like, ah, damn it. Especially, I usually try to burn off like everything after I'm done, so I'll like turn it on high, and then I'll walk in the house, and the first thing I do is say, Alexa, set a timer for 5 minutes. Everybody's Alexa just went off. And then
Tell us when you leave a hotel, when you and Melissa check out of a hotel, how many times do you have to walk around the room to make sure you're not leaving anything behind?
I only do it once, but I wait until after I've loaded everything into the vehicle, and when I'm certain that we've or packed everything up and got it down into the car, I'll go one last time upstairs and then, or wherever it is, and I'll walk through and I'll check under the beds, on counters, everywhere. I do it just once.
You're like a crime scene You're like a crime scene investigator, ain't you?
Yep, I'll check trash cans, everything. I check it all.
I am as well. Yeah.
Yep.
I have this mortal fear that I'm going to leave some treasured item behind and it'll be gone forever.
You know which one usually gets me the most? I always forget
What?
the shampoo.
Oh, I could see that. Yep.
Yeah,
In the shower.
that one always seems to get me. I always leave the shampoo behind, which isn't that bad. It's usually just a carry-on.
Rotation.
For me, Head and Shoulders.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I started using Head and Shoulders when I was pretty young, and I just never stopped. It's like the perfect all-in-one.
Nice.
You shave that beard off, follow my example, and just go ahead and peel that onion. Skin that head back bald, and when you jump in the shower, you can grab a bar of soap and start at the top and work your way down.
I know.
You get time efficiencies. You no longer have to buy shampoo or conditioner. You save 3 minutes off of your shower time. I mean, it yields dividends on top of dividends, man. You gotta, like I said, peel that onion.
Yeah. Albert says, say Adam Aaron actually dilutes 25 million at 12 this week for 300 million. In opinion of Paniel, good or not so good? I would prefer to see him do smaller quantities at a time to let the market be able to absorb the dilution, and then perhaps allow it to, I guess, kind of. Let me put it to you this way. I hope he doesn't do more than 25 million every quarter. I think that's probably the best way to put it. I wouldn't want to see more than 25 million every quarter. So divide that out however you want to by 90 days. Let's see. I guess let's see what that is. I wouldn't want to see him do more than 200. I guess actually it's less than 90 days, isn't it? Because it's really 5 days of trading. 20, 40, 60 days. I wouldn't want to see him do more than maybe like 416,000 shares a day on average.
Balancing act. He's going to have to thread the needle of not wanting to pay exorbitant interest rates while he's sitting on the ability to raise cash, and he has to balance that with not selling too much too quickly, which would prevent him from raising as much capital as he otherwise would. So this is another example of why you need a professional CEO and a professional businessman who's skilled in such things, and I have all the confidence that he will act in that manner.
What I would do, and if anybody who's curious, Albert, since you're asking questions about it, what I would do is I would watch the order book. Do you see right now how there's like single digits and double digits in the order book, and triple digit numbers, but very few 4-digit numbers on the top portion here? I would wait to see tens of thousands of shares sitting in here. If you see tens of thousands of shares on the order book showing up, then my guess is that he's probably started the process of diluting. Now, I can't tell you how much he's diluting by. I could probably give you an estimate. There was one time that I gave you an estimate when last time dilution started, and I almost nailed it to a T. So, and the way you can do that is you can take a look at the amount of volume traded during the period of time, and kind of guesstimate what volume should have been for the day, and kind of you can also look at how many shares are borrowed in a single day. That kind of gives you an idea too, as to whether or not there was like this new fresh batch of shares that were hitting the market that could be loaned, that became lendable. So there's a lot of different things that I look at that kind of give me an idea as to whether or not he's injecting shares into the marketplace. At this particular time, I don't see it on the order book. So I quite frankly don't think that he would start any kind of selling of shares into the marketplace until
pre-market.
No, I think I'm trying to put myself in his.
Extreme will be either extreme will be something he would avoid. I certainly don't see him dumping everything. No, he's not that foolish, and he's not going to sell in blocks of 100. I mean, it would take him. My point is, it will be in the middle somewhere, and it'll be done in a surgical manner. I'm almost certain of it. So I don't see him selling 100 share blocks, and I don't see him dumping the whole thing in one day. It'll be somewhere in the middle, and I'm certain that it'll be surgical. And I have the utmost faith in him.
I'm certain there will be a filing before it happens. They have to file a 424B before anything happens.
I'm going back to see what filings we've had so far, because I can't remember.
They just filed a 424B just to issue the 6 million shares.
I mean, I think they would file an 8K after they've completed the selling of the shares, but
There's always a 424B before. Always. You have to have a prospectus sent out to every shareholder, to your broker. That's giving you a heads up that there will be shares available on the market to buy. It's standard practice.
I'm embarrassed to ask this, KC, but I'm going to anyway. Is there language in there that mandates that this is all at the money offering in the public, or can he do a private placement for blocks?
no, it did say it did say. Let me pull it up here. It did state exactly how they were going to be sold off, and it did say at the market offering. Right. Why can't I find it now? Give me a second. Oh, I know, I'm in the wrong one. That's why. That's not the right one either.
I think it's important for everyone to remember that the company's certainly not under any immediate threat or duress. So he has no need to act hastily, and that's to our advantage. There's no fire sale conditions or anything of that nature. I'm not saying that it isn't important and it is imperative that it be done over time, but there's not a single thing that indicates that all this has to happen fast or immediately. And it's important for everyone to keep that in mind.
Man, I am having such a hard time finding. There it is. Okay. Let's see here. It says, upon effectiveness of the charter amendments, the company also intends to initiate an at-the-market program, and it's in quotation marks, at-the-market program for the issuance and sale of up to 25 million shares of the Class A common stock on a reverse split adjusted basis from time to time at market prices in order to strengthen its liquidity and balance sheet. But it does say upon the effectiveness of the charter amendments.
But you also have to file an S7 form, which, because you have to prepay the DTTC a certain amount of money, and you have to base that on a previous price in the market to say what your expected price, estimate what your expected price of sale is, and you prepay to issue that certain amount of shares into the market. And that hasn't been filed. They cannot sell shares into the market until they prepay a fee, the DTTC, to do it. And in order to do that, they have to file an S7 form which takes the previous day's market price in the recent past and says this is the price we expect at least to get, and here's your estimated money, and we'll give you that, and they clear up the difference afterwards when the sale's complete.
I'm looking back here to previous sales that have occurred.
You know, I was just thinking he may just do a share trade for debt. And
Absolutely. Yep.
that means that the shares won't hit the market automatically.
Well, he never stated that,
'Cause whoever-
but yeah.
No, he never did. I'm just saying he may. And that way he's not trying to sell for cash and then pay off something. He just say, hey, we'll buy this debt down to whatever for X amount of shares. And then that company would be like, okay.
Which likely is a big reason for why we haven't seen, or why we've seen the price dropped as hard as it was to make that maybe a non-factor. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I'm looking through the filings here, sensor content from 2021 going forward, and I don't see any S7 filings at all. And I know the company has sold shares before. I think it's the
Just focus on the 424B filings. It's easier that way.
right, but we've just had one of those, right?
Yeah, but look at the previous ones.
Okay, hold on a second. Yep. So it says, so I'm looking at one of the previous ones from the past here. It says about this prospectus supplement on August 4th. And by the way, this document that I'm looking at here was issued on August 4th. So it says here, on August 4th, 2022, we filed with SEC a registration statement on Form S3 utilizing a shelf registration process related to the securities described in the prospectus supplement, which was automatically declared effective upon filing. This document is in two parts. The first part is the prospectus supplement, which describes the specific terms of this offering, and also adds to and updates information contained in the accompanying prospectus and the documents incorporated by reference into the prospectus supplement and the accompanying prospectus. The second part, the accompanying prospectus, gives us more general information, some of which may not apply to this offering. Generally, we refrain from to this prospectus. We are referring to both parts of this document combined. And then
Yeah, and I misspoke when I said S7. It's actually an S3.
yeah, I was going to say S3 sounds more right. I would have, yeah. But if I go to so for example, like if I go to like a previous S3, and it could be like an S3 ASR. Let me see here. Here's an S3 ASR. When was this one issued?
August 27th? Or May 27th?
This is August 4th as well. This is the one I think I was actually. It's part of the one that they were referencing in the one I just talked about, but. Let me go to an earlier or a newer date. Let me see here.
Yeah, because that one you're looking at is actually an addition to the previous one that was filed on May 27th, which didn't have a price on it, didn't have a number of shares or anything. Like there's a process that they go through when they issue shares.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They say they're going to issue shares. They don't even have the amount. Then they issue a 44B thing that has what the price they're expecting to get at the market is, and they have to prepay of the DTTC to issue the shares. Then it's like a 4-stage process, and sometimes you only see the one when it's complete, but it's all there. I'm just saying I don't think they're going to be selling shares in the market this week.
Well, they may not. I know there were some people that were hoping that they would state that they were going to sell shares in the market and then just not do it for a while, and
Well, right now it
create
looks like
instability.
they're not doing it.
Yeah. To create a little bit of instability, since they may be relying or hoping that those shares are going to show up, and if they don't show up right away, they might. If they were expecting those shares to show up at some given point in time, they may have made positions expecting those shares to show up, which would be. I wouldn't want to say checkmate, but I mean, it's been thrown out before.
Can we put it in cinematic terms and like the movie Captain Phillips? Can we call like Tom Hanks would be Adam Aaron? He's being held captive by the hedgies, the pirates. And we're right at the point where the Navy SEALs are getting ready to rectify the situation. I think that's a good analogy.
I mean, the crazy part about this is that you have to realize that last week the amount of short exempt volume, and remember, short exempt volume is where they complete positions without finding any shares. They had no shares, and we're averaging 4.79 million shares per day for the entire last week, right? And if you look at our average 3-month volume, that's how much volume we have on average, meaning they were making an entire market for the entire week with nothing. And you want to know how they moved the price down for the market cap? It's because they didn't buy anything. They literally sat there and just everything that was sold just went straight into dropping price. And that's it. So at some point, those shares have to be found. Now, if they're relying on, and by the way, if you multiply out 4.79 by 5, that comes out to 23.95 million shares. If they're relying on the idea that he's going to be dumping 25 million shares into the marketplace, and those shares never show up, son of a bitch, that's going to hurt somebody.
Well, that's directly taken on by the market makers themselves. So between Citadel and whatever bank is backing them, because that's straight risk.
Oh, absolutely.
That goes into the shares sold, not yet purchased category on Citadel's balance.
Or whoever's, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be them.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Just as an example, but I like to use them as an example. I'd like to make them an example.
Yep. That's kind of crazy. I guess we'll find out.
Anyway,
I think our order book is gonna. You'll see it when it hits the order book for sure. I mean, I'm positive you'll see just massive quantities of shares showing up all of a sudden.
I agree.
At any rate, I did look into the previous filings for quite a while to see the order that things were processed in.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I'm pretty accurate that they're not selling shares this week because the paperwork hasn't been filed.
Well, thank you, sir.
Like specifically, they need to register those shares and they have to pay a fee before they sell them into the market. So that one for sure we're going to have to see.
Nathan Daniel says, thanks AMC for the negative 81%. So, Nathan, I just want to throw this out here. AMC is not responsible for the share price movement. So I don't know why you're blaming AMC, but it's not their fault. You're placing the blame on the wrong people.
Morning, Casey.
Good morning, Doug. How you today?
I had to clear my throat. Coffee went down wrong.
Just giving you shit.
Yeah, food dog. I don't want to hear nothing about nothing went down my throat wrong. Okay.
The problem is you can't do handstands while trying to drink your coffee in the wrong end.
Right.
That's why it's clogging up your throat.
Well, I got a question. Weeble's showing for a low of 1128, but Robinhood's showing a low of 1092. When did that happen? Was that pre-market?
I don't know why you use Robinhood anymore. 1091 is pre-market value.
Okay, I got you. So that synthetic price value, did it break a 40% or did it hit the 40?
At 1091, it was 44.3.
Aha. So we're going for 45 possibly, huh?
I think if we get 46 or greater, we're probably heading towards 60.
Don't tell me that. No.
Well, I mean, it is what it is.
Okay, well, the reason why I use Robinhood, full disclosure, is you've heard it before. And I love every broker, but they've never done me wrong. And plus, I get VA discounts. If you're a retired not Vietnam, but if you're retired military or if you're active, you get certain kind of perks with Robinhood, and that's why most people pick them. They don't know about the buy button being took away, this, that, and the third.
Just because somebody gives you a discount doesn't mean it's necessarily a great thing.
I know. It's just easier to navigate. I tried other brokers, and it's like, I guess, I don't got it.
Easy isn't exactly great either. Those are all very, very big warning signs in life. Easy and free is not the best.
True.
Yeah.
But it brings me back to my next point.
If you picked your women like that, what kind of woman would you be with?
Not the one I'm with right now, but she can do better than 10 butt-naked models. But anyway.
Just saying. I'm just saying. Think about it like that.
I end up like Foo if you're not careful.
Don't be a foo.
Yeah, Foo. Don't
be a foo.
But I want to say something else. I don't know to the community if you got your shares or not got your shares, but I do know for a fact Robinhood, you got it, and there's another broker that I've heard already that's got it. So did Weeble get it, Casey?
Get what? Did Weeble get what?
Did Weeble get the settlement shares? Did y'all get your shares?
I have not seen any settlement shares, but I have not looked to see because the amount of shares. No, I have not. The answer is no.
Okay.
And by the way, I don't think Weeble's any better. I just want to throw that disclaimer out there. I don't think Weeble's any better than Robinhood either. Just throwing that out there.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
But I did get my Robinhood settlement this morning. Well, about 4 a.m. And they did pay me out the what's it called? The fractal crap? The fractal shares?
They give you partial shares, yeah.
Yeah, they gave partial and paid that out. It was only like 0.566667.
Mm-hmm.
I know we've moved on, but for those of you who didn't get the joke about Fu, he's a frequent flyer at the wedding chapel. He's 3 times divorced, and rumor has it he buys his marriage certificates at Costco because he can get them 6 at a time for a discount.
Ooh, wow, that was a low blow, pirate.
And he started buying after he was already 2 in, which means he's got still another 4 more to go. So yeah,
Fill out my punch card.
I mean he's got at least 3 more to go before he gets to a final.
Yeah, he's got a punch card in his wallet. He's got the Las Vegas Wedding Chapel punch card where if after every 5th wedding he gets the 6th nuptial free.
Oh, I would keep that one in my wallet, and you know I would.
Does he believe in that religion that you get 10 virgins, but he goes ahead and marries them?
I'm sorry to go back and replow old ground. I know our tractors move on to the next field, but I couldn't let that one slide.
Fu said Pastor Fu.
As if I was a pastor. I was like, what?
Oh, man.
Well, I love all of y'all. Thank you for letting me have a voice real quick. I'll be back later. I got to send my wife to work, cook for her, and all that good stuff. She's getting ready to go in about an hour.
Oh, man, I made
Gargle some soap.
My God, who the hell cares?
I made carnitas last night, so I don't have to make anything tonight. We'll just have leftovers. Yep.
Oh, man, I love those. How do you make them? There's 3 ways.
It's a process. I mean, it is. I sear the outside of the meat in an oil, and then I put it into a pressure cooker, and I pressure cook it for about 30 to 45 minutes, depending on how much meat there is. And then after that's done, I shred it all up, and then I sear the meat on high on a broiler, or I broil it.
Okay.
And I do that. I sear it about 5 to 6 times, again depending upon how much meat's in there, for about 4 minutes a time, and I keep mixing it all up and add salt as needed. And
wow.
And then so when it's nice and done, it's nice and crispy, and it's wonderful.
Yes, sir. I don't do all that. I keep them all separate. I don't put them all together until the finishing product. But I do put slices of pineapple
How
to
dare
marinate.
you?
To marinate in the meat. And it gives it like a little sweet savoring flavor, you know?
With pork, yeah, that's really good. Those are like street tacos. A little cilantro, a little bit of
Pineapple.
onion, and
Yes.
and some habaneros if you can handle the heat.
Oh yeah, the habaneros are good. But even better than that is just regular bell peppers, banana peppers, red peppers, just for flavor.
Flavor Flav.
Mm-hmm. But I love y'all. I love the community. Let's keep buying and holding. Not financial advice. I didn't say buy. Hold. And y'all have a good one.
Take care, man.
All right, later.
Brave
Bye-bye.
says, sounds like a lot of meat there, Casey. That's right. That's what she said. David says,
KCC.
You call me what?
KCC.
Oh, KCC.
KC.
That almost sounds like a Trumpism. You know, like Kafifi.
Big leap.
David says,
How dare you?
David says, Casey, they gave me shares, but they haven't put a average cost on my shares since they did the Ape conversion. Give your brokers some time, guys. Let them kind of figure it out as they're going. Quite frankly, for most of these brokers, I'm sure this is a first time. I don't think they've had to do quite everything that it is that they've had to do with AMC and with any other stock before. So give them a chance to kind of iron out some of the numbers and things, and you might see differences and changing numbers over the next up to a week.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, Megan says,
Megan.
is it me or does it say Meganend? Megan
Ned.
Meganed? Oh, Meganed. Got it. Okay, yeah. I guess I didn't see that. Meganed says that they posted a picture in Discord of 1.9998 share cost basis being around 130, and that they never bought AMC that high. Yeah, that doesn't sound right. Again, I don't. So I've been receiving pictures from people, guys. Please don't send me your information. I really don't want to know what your account is, and I know you trust me, and I appreciate that. I should probably throw out this disclaimer earlier this morning. Please don't send it to me, guys. I don't want to know what your position is. I don't. It's none of my business. Just as much as my position is. I appreciate the fact that you guys trust me.
You're still okay with nudes, though, right?
Yes, send all the nudes you want, but don't send me. Don't you dare send me nudes either. My wife will be so angry. Unless they're ones that she might enjoy. I don't know. But or if you send them, I might post them up for the whole world to see. Kenny G says, "Are toes okay?" Yes. Those are. I don't know. Who cares? It might make me laugh if I saw toes. I think didn't somebody say something to Kat about posting up a picture of her toes, and then she posted up some like gangly looking toes? Didn't she do that? I feel like she did. Maybe I'm just thinking. Maybe I'm making stuff up. Anyways,
Fantasize.
yeah, just don't send me pictures of your portfolios. I would appreciate it. I take great pride in not knowing what it is that you guys are holding on to. And I want to keep it that way. It's none of my business.
You don't want to see pictures of what we're holding on to?
Well, they probably look like mine. So it doesn't take it doesn't take very much imagination.
You know what we're holding, Casey?
A royal flush.
Oh, since Yucca's not here, I had to stand in for him.
D's nuts.
D's.
D's.
D's. What's that?
How dare you? See, I don't need a soundboard, pirate.
Aren't you clever?
Whoa, Billy. My position is doggy. Whoa.
Okay.
Hey, Casey.
Don't you get blisters on your knees?
I don't know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know his position. That's what I said.
Hey, guess what position I'm in?
I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Wait. All right. Hold on. Let me ask. What position are you in right now?
I can't tell you, but I'm holding it.
Oh, jeez.
I wanted to ask everyone in chat to type in their safe word, but then I thought better of it because I was afraid it might traumatize me what I'd read.
Can somebody please play the "How dare you"?
You're a dirty pirate hooker.
How dare you?
That's the perfect timing for it.
My job, man.
I can't even go on. I'm sitting here thinking about like opening up my DMs when I go to break and just seeing nothing but toes and stuff. Some of just so crazy stuff. Oh boy.
You hope you have a strong gag reflex because I'm certain you're going to get some pictures that's going to make you want to heave.
Yeah, I'm sure of it. Can't wait.
There's some funny ones.
I guess Yucca woke up late today again, huh?
You know, what's up with that guy?
He's just slacking.
Yeah.
He's a free ranger, man. He's that cow that always jumps the fence and runs around the countryside, but he makes his way back to the herd eventually.
He's the young bull that runs down the hill.
I wouldn't go that far, but I know he's a free ranger.
I wouldn't go that far.
I imagine that his timing will be impeccable, whatever it may be.
I'm in that position and my timing's well.
Wait, say that again?
I can't. It was too dirty and I'm outside.
Okay. It was really funny this weekend. Was it this weekend that Sherry was talking about? She was walking into store and we were all being rowdy. Was that this?
Oh yeah, it was one of the funnier moments. It was one of those funnier accidental moments, and I think she just walked into either her bank or a store, and there was a bunch of women around, and I think all she heard was in a clear, loud voice, something that you wouldn't say, in polite public, and I think it put her in an embarrassing situation. To her credit, I think she just laughed about it.
Yeah, poor Sherry. She went into the back of the big tramp and had her phone on speaker so that she could hear everything.
Yeah, let's be clear. She bears the responsibility for that. I mean, there's a lesson here, people. You know what goes on in the back of the big tramp. So if you're going to put it on your speakerphone and turn it up real loud and walk into your annual Saturday church fundraiser, you might think twice about that.
Oh man. Fling poo and
if you're going in for Saturday night bingo at the Catholic mixer with all the retired little old ladies, it might not be a good idea to lay your phone up on the counter, tuned into the back of the big tramp with the the hot mic. It just might not be in your best interest for the Presbyterians.
The better part of that would be to having like your headset in. Have you ever had your headset in and you thought you were on headset, but then it was still just playing like normal?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, on your phone.
No.
Yeah. You've never had that happen? Oh man, I've seen. It's never quite happened to me. I feel like I can always tell the difference between when it's like directly in my ear or when it's coming out of my phone. But I've literally been sitting around people before where they thought that they had their headphones in it, that they were listening to their phone through their headphones, but it was literally like everybody was hearing it and they had no clue, and then they were just acting like they were, on their headset. And I'm sitting there going like, looking at them, like pointing at their phone, like, you gonna get that?
You hear me talk frequently about the radio show Bob and Tom show, and they had a comedian, and one of his bits that he would call in for, the character's name was Tarmac Kenny, and for those of you who don't know, tarmac is where they park aircraft, and it was an homage to guys who travel all the time for business. So he was that real boisterous, happy-go-lucky, and the stereotype of the guy who walks through the airport shouting real loud, letting everybody know that he's arrived. And it was pretty funny. He'd call in multiple times, the Tarmac Kenny bit, and it was along those lines of everyone hearing all of his inappropriate conversations as he paraded through the airport.
Jenna Richardson says, I can't open my social media from any of my children at work or in public. Never know what's going to happen. I was showing these guys some of the yahoos that follow me on Twitter, Jenna, and let me just tell you, it is eye-opening.
It's a freak show, man. It's a freak show of the highest level.
It is.
We tried to get him to do it for you guys, just so you know. We lobbied pretty hard for him just to dedicate the entire day to for all of us just watching as he scrolled through them, because I can tell you, it's a real freak show. It's fit in real nice on any carnival.
It's very colorful for sure. Yeah. That's not going to happen. I think I probably should avoid that at all costs.
Talking about that, I don't know if you guys saw it, but there was a video of a guy watching, porn on his laptop during class in college.
Yeah.
And he thought his headphones are in. Like he had the headphones on his head. The sound was coming from somewhere, but everyone knew everyone could hear it. So, yeah, that was a nice one.
I'm not racist or anything, but who's talking smack about me?
But
everybody welcome Yucca to the show.
Oh, welcome, Yucca. Good to have you, man. Good to see you. Good morning.
Oh,
How you doing?
Think about Yaka.
How
I
you
heard a
doing?
good joke.
Had your kids, had your wife, and had your husband because they raping everybody out here.
Yaka, did you just wake up or what?
Nah, man, I've been here. It's just these plumbers, they came over the weekend to fix that little area that was leaking like a while ago. They say they did a good job here at the building, and somebody flushed something or they washed their hands, and all this liquid came down on the side of the wall. So I was, man.
Ugh. Some liquid?
Was it number
Liquid,
2?
yeah, it seems like soap.
Was-
No, it seems like soap. There's a guy upstairs that cuts hair. So I think he was, I don't know, he washed his hands or something. I hope.
Washed out someone's nasty hair right down your wall.
Yeah, so it's, it's right next to my equipment where my turntables and everything.
Did you
I
did
moved
you run
everything out of the
upstairs
way.
and tell him not to?
I called the owner.
Oh.
And then the owner asked me to call. There's a plumber upstairs too, and then those are the guys that came over the weekend to try to fix that leak, but it didn't really. They didn't do anything, man. It made it worse.
You can save a great deal of money on that plumbing bill before they arrive. That water's one of two things. It's either a leak from the pressure line, this clean water coming in, or it's actually the sewage that's running out. And if you can identify which one of those, you'll get like a half off on your bill. So just taste the water that's coming down the wall, and then you can save some money on the bill.
I can't stop from laughing. It's just, don't do that. Don't do it.
I don't care about the bill because I'm not paying for anything. I'm leasing the place.
Don't taste it.
I'm not tasting anything.
Yeah, don't taste it.
I mean, I'll smell it if you want me to.
No,
let's give it a lick.
Don't.
How do you like the smell? Is it good? You like the smell?
Let me smell it really quick.
No,
One
God,
second.
no. Don't do it. Don't smell it. Don't smell
It's
it.
little Michael Jackson.
Don't do
There were
it.
doo-doo and feces all over the walls, the floor, the ceiling.
It smells fruity.
Must have been a lady.
Fruity is in like the plant.
Well, there's
or
only-
fruity is
there's
in
only-
like Bud Light.
You say a lady. There's only men upstairs. Well, maybe lady boy, but
Washing hair? You said washing hair.
yeah. People
Ladies
they
typically
cut their
have
hair.
like floral kind of smelling shampoos.
Right.
Wow,
Must have been a lady.
Man, you don't know about this too. They put freaking I don't know. I've seen some guy. He perms his hair, all curly. He perms it. It looks like a chia pet. Trust me, man. They put women products in their hair. Yeah, Mellow Dog. Turntables, DJ equipment, 1200s, Techniques.
1200.
Yeah, Techniques 1200.
What is
right
the
next to the damn
what does 1200 stand for?
Huh?
What does the 1200 stand for?
These 1200s. 1200 is the like the serial, not the serial number, but the actual like the model number. Techniques 1200s, and then there's Techniques 1210s, and then there's Techniques 1100. It just 1200 is the standard. Those were the turntables that you would see at every club. You would expect that when you showed up with your records and you were there to do your set or mix, you would expect to have 1200s there.
You know what you just got
So
me
that's what
thinking
I-
of? I think I know what song I'm going to play tomorrow.
You're nasty.
No. It has nothing to do, I don't know what you're talking about. It has nothing to do with being nasty. Promise. But I'm looking it up right now to see if it's something that I've played before or not, because I'm a little worried that it might have been something I played. Drum roll. Damn it. I've played it before.
You know what? I was up until you guys, I don't know, all of a sudden I wake up and you guys are gone. You guys, what time do you guys go to sleep? At 4 a.m? I was listening to all you guys talking about all that stuff you were looking at.
Oh yeah. Oh, you missed some good stuff.
Oh, yeah. That was, you missed out,
Yeah.
man.
No, I was listening.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were showing everybody all these different people that.
It was 4
Go
my
ahead.
time, I think. Actually, no, I think it was 4 Pirates time. It was 3 my time when I went to bed.
And Preacher was waking up probably.
Probably. We got to do numbers. It's time for numbers.
So what did you? What?
Huh?
I get here. You call me, and then
I didn't call you.
Did you call me?
No, I didn't call you. But I mean, I knew your timing would be impeccable. It always is.
See what some of you don't know in chat, what a lot of the listeners don't know, is sometimes we just roll the poker game straight into the opening intro in the morning. Just, what's the point of laying down for a half hour or so? You might as well just go on and get on with it.
Damn, this the back of the tramp is packed today. It's a Monday and it's packed already.
Yeah, Yak, I'm waiting to say a joke for 2 hours and still nothing. So, and you're complaining, huh?
Let's hear it. Let's have a joke before we get into the numbers.
What, the joke?
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Okay. So three friends meet in a pub. They have a few beers, and they get to talking. Like everybody starts bragging a bit, and one of them is like, "You know what? I think I'm the fastest man alive." So they step outside. The guy starts running. They measure him. They film him, and they're like, "Okay." They send the records to the Guinness book, and it's like, "Okay, well, let's wait for the results." Meantime, the second guy's like, "You know what? I think I'm the tallest man alive." So they measure him, take a photo, send it to the Guinness World Records, and wait. And then the third guy's like, "You know what? I think I have the smallest dick in the world." So they take a picture, they send it to the Guinness World Book, and wait. And like about 2 weeks later, they have a beer again, and it's like, "Hey, did you get your results?" Like, yeah. What about you? Yeah, all the results are in. So the first guy opens it, like, "Fuck yeah, I'm the fastest man alive. Yeah, look at me." Second guy, like, "Oh my god, look at this. I told you guys, I'm the tallest man alive. I am." Third guy opened his result. "Yeah, look at, what the fuck? Who the fuck is Kenny G?" Ken Griffin.
That's funny.
Oh, come on. It's.
I thought you were gonna say, "Who the fuck is Yucca?" Is the one with the smallest?
Who the hell is Yucca?
Can't miss such a chance.
Damn it.
Oh, man. Poor Kenny. All right. Let's take a look at these numbers. Starting with off exchange, I would expect to see combined between AMC and AMC's off exchange and EDGX somewhere to be around 62% by this time of the day. Is that right? 62, 60. Yeah, that's correct. We've got 51.83% going through off exchange, EDGX at 12.95. The combined total on that 64.78%. Or about 2.78% higher than I would expect it to be. CHX volume is 8,436 shares. That's not terribly exciting for me. I think anything over 30,000 is a lot. On GME, CHX volume for the day is at 135 shares. Nothing unusually large on that one either. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was a reporting of approximately 330,000 shares having been returned. It's now 1.53 million shares. That's going to have the estimated short share interest of the free float drop to 10.69%. Cost per mens at 0.81. Average is 22%, and max is 55.82%. I just want to let you guys know, I think it's very unusual that we would be seeing cost to borrow numbers as high as they are with Ape converting into AMC, which it kind of tells me that there's still a problem with liquidity, even with Ape converting. Otherwise, those numbers would be a lot lower. So I'm a little surprised by that. Shares on loan for the day today is at 21.44 million shares. Taking a look at options, the highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $13 strike. We may have a new winner, though, at 12, but let me update this and see. Highest amount of volume is still at a $13 strike. We went from 3.9 thousand contracts an hour ago to 5.3 now. And highest amount of volume on puts is at a $13 strike. We went from 16.1 thousand contracts to 16.2. Market suggesting a closing price by the end of the day today around $13. So we'll see if that happens. It does look like the puts at a $10 strike are starting to increase, which may mean that we may see that $11.50 strike or price point kind of starting to kick in by the end of the day. So combined amount of orders reported by Fidelity, AMC is in the on this list here of top most 30 heavily traded stocks. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We slipped one spot from 10th to 11th in the last hour. Our buy to sell ratio is 74.01% buys to 25.99% sell ratio. And GME is the last one on the list down here with a 62.69% buy to 37.31% sell ratio. So not looking too bad on AMC or GME, and then we're both making the list for most heavily traded stocks. I like that. That's a good thing. SSR did trigger on Friday, so we're on for the day today, but does not trigger again until we hit $11.19 today. Last time I checked it, we have not hit that yet. And shares available to borrow still sitting at 0, or at least what's being reported by IBKR. Taking a look at, let's see here. The market, NASDAQ is up 0.44, Dow Jones is up 0.55, S&P 500 is up 0.34. We have 4,074 advancers to 2,019 decliners. The market's no longer cooking with bacon grease and is declined just a tad bit more to where we have more decliners than advancers. Not by much, a little bit. Taking a look at big bank moves for the day today, we have plus or minus 2.75%. We have FRC down 6.67%. I'll read Zion because it's pretty close. 2.7. There it is. 2.75% up. And that's it. Ethereum Classic is it's on a slight downtrend, but a little bit of, I mean, it's kind of consolidating down. Down 1.12% for the day today. DXY is down 0.02. What's the deal? Why am I getting I got a beep. That was weird. The US dollar is currently down 0.02, and it looks like it's kind of consolidating right now. Oil is up 1.01% and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.08 to 0.12 and starting to trend back up. SPY is up 0.36 and trending. I'm going to go with it's on a very slight uptrend currently, but it feels like a little bit of consolidation in here as well. VIX is down 0.19 and at 15.62 and not getting the drop that I was expecting to see just yet. VBR is up 1.08 and trending down. VB is up 0.94 trending down. Tesla is down 0.56 trending down. Amazon is down 0.68 and starting to trend back up slightly. Cinemark is up 2.2 and trending up. Doge is up 0.27 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.11 and consolidating. GME is up 3.33% and on a downtrend. HYMC is down 0.15, consolidating. NCMI is up 0.53 and trending up. It's kind of sort of, kind of not really, but I'm going to call it consolidating. It was previously trending up. Hood is up 0.43 and again also it looks like it's starting to take a bit of a trend upwards here. And AMC is down 3.78 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, we have approximately $7.8 million. No. That's not right. I can't math. 7.78. Why can't I math today? 8. It's 8. 8.2. 8.2 million no more inflow than outflow. I don't know why I can't math today. It's not working for me. Some days I'm just off. 14.77 million shares traded so far for the day today, and after about 107. After 167 minutes worth of trading, we have approximately a pace of 34.4 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares. Do note that is extremely high volume to see paces like that with a reverse split of 10 to 1. On a 4-hour chart, there is more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI of 20.16, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI of 35.62, which is below average. And on a 30-minute interval, more Selling pressure and the buying pressure with an RSI of 44.16, which is slightly below average on a 5-minute interval. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.47, which is average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the big tramp. I'm going to go to break and eat some carnitas. What's that for? What did I do?
You gonna take another break? Is this a union job or something?
You'd think.
By the way, Casey, you were mentioning 8.2 million. That's okay of a price for me. So that works.
What did I say?
8.2 million. Like initially you were talking 7.7, but 8.2 works as well.
It's close enough, right?
Yeah.
Casey, what are your thoughts on semen retention? They say, there's a 12-year journey to infinite potential when you do this.
I have no idea what
I
that
don't believe
means. I don't have. I don't even comprehend the words that are coming out of your mouth.
Hey, is that another stock symbol?
There has been a problem in the Navy retaining seamen. They offer a bonus when you re-enlist. Every time a Navy guy re-enlists, they give him like an extra 10 grand, and that's how they combat the churn. They call that churn. But yeah, there's semen retention is handled through bonuses.
They churn their semen?
Like ice cream.
Well, I guess that whole 12-year thing makes sense now, because don't they sign up for like 4 years at a time?
To churn their semen?
I don't think it works. Whether it's for the actual Navy or for the church.
The church.
There's no potential there. If you got these priests, they abstain from any of that, ejaculation things. But anyways, let's not go there.
Did we just boot Watcher 2000?
Well, but yeah, I don't think it works.
Well, speaking of the church, do you guys want the Mexican word of the day early today?
Yes, please.
Okay, the Mexican word of the day is bishop. My wife slipped on a burrito, so I had to pick the bishop.
That took me way too long. That took me way too long. Watcher 2000. We're not getting diluted right now. We've already determined that that's not the case.
You had to pick the bishop.
Oh shit!
Yeah, that took me way too long to figure out too, but it finally hit.
Damn it! God, I'm a little slow this morning.
Yeah, I know.
It wasn't a burrito she slipped on.
I'm slow today too. Part of it is I don't think I got as much sleep as I wanted to last night.
That's because you slept, man. You slept only like 4 hours that night.
How'd you know I only slept 4 hours last night?
He's got a little camera in your wallet.
What the? Another thing I can remove finally.
Yeah, you slept 4 hours, right?
Today. I mean,
yes, that's what
last
I'm saying.
night, yeah. But the other day I was up till 3 in the morning and I didn't wake up until like 10:30 or 11ish.
That's about these people. They're over here. 1 second.
Holy crap. That's like nearly 8 hours of sleep. Ugh. I hate it. 8 hours is way too long. All right, I got to go to break, guys. If I don't go to break now, I'm not going to be able to eat my carnitas, and I want those. Yummy carnitas. All right, I'm going to head out to the back of the big tramp.
Peanut butter jelly time.
Oh, man.
All right, I'll see you guys in a bit. Alrighty, let me see here. I'll put up the message for you guys and remove the big tramp. Oops. Counterparty Risk says you get paid double time if you work through your breaks. Woohoo! That's awesome. Still not gonna do it. Let me put up the music and I will see you guys in a bit.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the Evergrande Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Oh, looks like they tried to do that little push down there real fast and maybe try and hit SSR. Found a little bit of resistance. I want to have an important talk real quick here for those of you who are just joining back in. Maybe I should probably wait for this. Maybe I'll have this talk multiple times. I don't know. And I was just kind of sitting here thinking about something, and I want to. I guess I should preface this by saying it's really, really important for me to let you know that I'm not trying to influence you to do anything specific by what I'm about to say. But I want you to think about this very carefully. Wolfie, how's it going, man? Listen to this very, very carefully. In 2021, when GME was blowing up in price, part of the reason, and you can go back and historically fact check me on this, but part of the reason why the buy button was taken away, because there was brokers that were out there that had positions that they were going to be forced to buy, and they didn't have the resources to be able to afford to buy what it is they needed. So they struck a deal. They struck a deal to take away the buy button in order to get shares sold to the marketplace No, fact check. You're killing the story, man. You're killing it. They came up with, they devised this plan with the DTCC that they would get rid of the buy button in order for them to be able to lower their margins, so they wouldn't be liquidated. When a broker holds positions that they don't have the shares for, that would require them to buy the shares in the marketplace, the broker fails. What I want you to think about very long and hard, and yes, I did say long and hard, is if you were with a broker who gave you shares for settlement before they were actually even available to be given, I want you to think long and hard about what that could potentially mean for your broker. I'm not going to tell you what it means, but I want you to think about it. I think it is very, very, very crucial that you think about your position that you're holding with your broker, where they told you that you had a position available to you, when at this point in time, those shares were not available. They're all synthetic, Pineapple Express. That's not the point. The point is that a broker who's willing to report that in advance before the shares are actually given means that they don't have them, which means that at some point they're going to have to go buy them, right? And if price were to suddenly become explosive, more than likely that broker is probably going to find itself in a very similar situation to what Robinhood found itself in. So I want you to think about that very, very carefully. It could be an extremely crucial moment to find out that your broker doesn't have either the money nor the shares to provide for you when you're holding a position. Think about it. But I think that's something that every single one of you guys should be aware of. Wells Fargo. Yeah. Wells Fargo is pretty up high on my list over here. Banks to fail here soon. They're not far down on my list over here. They're pretty close to the top. Charles Schwab, on the other hand, is a little bit further down on my list. Anyways. John says, isn't this covered by FDIC or something similar? It's actually called SPIC. And it is. But what you're going to get for a settlement would probably look drastically different than what you would expect or hope to get. So again, I cannot express enough to you how crucial it is that you consider that as a possibility. And if your broker is not SPIC insured, which is something you should probably look into, then the chances of you getting a settlement payout is probably even further going to be a problem. Tank Dog, as of right now, yes, we are still on the threshold list. Let me take you guys over to the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Just had a pokey stick right there. A little bit of volume. 256,000 shares right there. Nice little volume spike. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, make sure you put in a secondary device that can receive that access code in case something happens to the primary. And if you, hopefully you were taking picture, or not picture, I want you guys to go a step further. I want you to get the statement from your of your portfolio from your brokers. Hopefully you were getting those last week on any day before Wednesday. And then I would be looking to maybe start getting some of those new statement or portfolio statements maybe going into today, by the end of today, or maybe even tomorrow. I'm personally going to probably wait till tomorrow. I'm not interested in creating any kind of red flags that I need to raise with my broker until I know that they've had a chance to kind of iron things out a little bit and maybe run through the numbers. But and I might even hold off on complaints, but I probably won't take another picture until tomorrow. But think about it. It's not a bad thing to have for you. Let's do these numbers. Maybe if I can get my act together and move these screens around. Alrighty. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about, what time are we at? 12? 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We're at 52.21% on off exchange for AMC, EDGX at 12.61. Combined total 64.82%. That's about 1.82% less or more than what I would expect to be by this time of the day. 8,636 shares going through CHX. It's not enough to get me all excited. GME CHX volume for the day today is 135 shares. On Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 1.53 million shares having been returned today. It is now showing a return of 1.05 million shares. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float back up to 11.13. Cost per barrel mins at 0.81, average is 18.99, and max is 55.82. Shares on loan for the day today is at 21.44 million shares. On the options, highest amount of call volume for the day today has been at a $13 strike. An hour ago, we had 5.3 thousand contracts at that strike, and we now have 6.5. On puts, highest amount of volume an hour ago was at a $13 strike with 16.2 thousand contracts. It's now 19.9 thousand contracts at a $10 strike. We have moved back into a spread of 10 to 13 that the market's seeing right now as a possibility for a close for the end of the day, which means that they're probably targeting something like an 11.5, something in between. Combined price of AMC and Ape, or what am I saying? That was just going right off of memory right there. Looking at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC is in, let's see, we're in the top 10. We were at 11th an hour ago. We're still in 11th most heavily traded stock, 74.01% buys to 25.99% sells. Looking strong. GME's in 30th, 63.91% buys to 36.09% sales. Looking strong in the buy-sell order ratio. SSR is on tripping from last Friday. I don't think that we hit SSR today. Yeah, no, we have not hit SSR today. Shares available to borrow, according to IBKR, nothing showing up yet. Let me just make sure it wasn't anything that showed up. Yeah, nothing. Okay. Market. NASDAQ is up 0.83. Dow Jones is up 0.68. S&P 500 is up 0.65. We have 4,113 advancers to 2,012 decliners. The market's more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago. Big bank movers for the day today. I'm only going to read off anything plus or minus 2.75% of a change or greater. FRC is down 6.67%. Zion is up 2.84. And that's probably the last of them. Those are the biggest movers. Ethereum Classic is down 1.34% and trending down. DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.01 and consolidating on a slight downtrend. Oil is up 0.88 and is consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.1 to 0.17 and both slightly trending up. SPY is up 0.65 and trending up 0.64. VIX is down 3.38 and at 1509. Starting to take that tumble now. VBR is up 1.08 and trending slightly up. VB is up 1.01 and slightly trending up. Tesla is down 0.14 trending up. Amazon is up, or down rather, 0.34 trending up. Cinemark is up 2.14 trending up. Doge is up 0.21 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.25 and also trending up. GME is up 3.15, trending slightly down. HYMC is up 1.45, trending up. NCMI is up 0.47 and trending up. A lot of consolidation, though, within the last couple hours. 2 hours or so. Hour and a half. Hood is up 0.76 and trending up. AMC is down 5.94% and on a downtrend. Inflow versus outflow for this for the day today, we have $7.3 million more inflow than outflow. 16.77 million shares traded so far. After 233 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 28.06 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million and said that there's a strong chance that we saw some volume very similar to what we saw on Friday, which happened to be 23.9 million. And I think that's actually, we're probably going to be just slightly higher than it. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 19.48, which is below, signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.04, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.28, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.96, which is slightly below average. And with that, I'm going to go back to the back of the Big Tramp and yield the rest of my time to those lovely gentlemen back there. And gentlewomen.
How they overpaid.
Well, if you had 1,000 shares after the split.
Hi, guys. I'm back live. Sorry.
Hey, we're live again, CC.
Yeah, okay.
Back live, sorry. Hey, we're live again, CC.
Did I interrupt something? Jeez. What the heck? Is that something you can't talk about?
I had to. Is my mic on?
Yeah.
KC, I apologize for the poor transition. You know, normally I'm on my game, but listen, I'll just share with the class. My accounts have settled. My TD Ameritrade and Fidelity, the court awarded shares are there. So anyone who has those accounts, Tom S. shared it with me, and then I went and looked, and he's correct. But what we were so earnestly chatting about, and I apologize for not being ready, he was trying to answer a question for me, and I'll cut to the chase. I knew exactly how many. I mean, obviously, anybody who's serious about this knows exactly how many AMC shares they were going to be awarded. And to the money shot is, I got those, and I'm pleased to report I got them. But I have I don't want to divulge about my account, but they paid me too much. I have about 18% too many shares awarded me. And I just wanted to know if I just couldn't wait to ask you, and I just grabbed out to anyone who could explain to me how that might have happened.
18%, huh?
Yeah, that's the easiest. I don't care to divulge my account.
No. That's a good way to do it.
Let's just say, for the sake of the discussion, I got what I was entitled to. I knew the exact number, But when I looked at my new share count, I said, well, that ain't what I thought. I'm happy to see it. So then I banged out some quick math and I said, okay, I understand the concept. I got that based only on the shares that I was entitled, that I owned of AMC only, free split. And then they split negatively, or excuse me, they can reverse split 10-1. And I understand that concept. And then I took it one step further, that I get 7.5 divided by that number gives me what I'm entitled to. And then despite the fact that I flunked math 3 times in high school and they gave me a D to go to boot camp, even I, with those skills, was able to use a calculator. I knew exactly how many shares I have coming. Having said that, there's the grant. I'm laid the battlefield out for you. What I'm seeing now is they gave me an excessive amount of new shares, and the count on it is roughly about 18% too much.
Okay, let me.
I don't want to be more specific than
No,
that.
no, that's fine. Yeah.
Re-engineer how much I have.
No, that's fine. And I'm pulling up mine right now to see if that is something similar that may have occurred to me as well. Let me see here.
I have no fractional shares. I don't have involved myself in that.
So here's the question: is the first couple numbers correct and the last couple numbers incorrect, or is it identical to the first numbers? Like, did somebody fat finger? Is where I'm going.
All right, I have my numbers down now, and I know what it is that I should have in my account. So let me go look at mine real fast here and see what happened with mine. Give me 1 second.
And I'm not trying to hijack the stream, man. Don't make this my personal fucking thing.
No.
I was just explaining to you that that's why we were so animated and excited, and I failed to partake in the normal fun that I do when you come out of the numbers deal.
I am curious to see what they're reporting. Like I said, I'm not gonna I'm not going to raise any red flags or talk to Fidelity about, perhaps my positions or anything like that until I know that they've had some time to iron out some of the different problems that are going. I'm sure that they're experiencing with their math, but
yeah, and 100%. Like I'm not like all conspiracy theory, not like that. I just wanted to make sure that because I'm not technically a numbers guy, that there wasn't something that I was missing in there, or like too many gummies, and this is what I was supposed to get. But I'm relatively certain. I checked it 3 times with a calculator, and I know I have too many. But it's not like double or anything. It's not like they double bag me or any of that. It's rough numbers, approximately 18% too much. And I just didn't know if I'm missing something, and it could be just, I understand there's going to be counting. It may take them days to settle all this out. I'm tickled to death that they're there, and I don't have a problem with any of that. And I'm not trying to make up a drama or steer the chat today in a different direction just for me. So please don't pull a muscle on this.
No. So I just did my numbers, and I'm actually short what I should have, and
I got your money. I got your money.
So, and I have a feeling I know why that might be the case, because I did probably, I think I mentioned to you guys that I did increase my position this last week, and my guess is that they may have not awarded shares for that portion, because I'm just kind of looking at the difference between what I'm suspecting I should have versus what I have. And let me just see if
and as for that, I've had no activity. I have neither bought nor sold anything for an extended period of time.
Yeah, they shorted me by let's see, I don't want to say how many.
10.
Yep, they shorted. That's exactly what it is. I just figured it out. The amount of shares that I purchased this last week, they have not delivered. They have not delivered shares for settlement for that amount that I purchased this last week. So let me go back to my activity and orders and see what date I placed my order on.
I don't know who Tricky Dick is in chat. I think I recognize the name from before. I don't know, but he says Fidelity gave him half of his, and he called them. And the gentleman was stumbling over words without giving an explanation. So again, I'm not real. I haven't personally vetted Tricky Dick. I don't know if he's a long-time listener, first-time call. I don't know. But I thought because it tied in what we're talking about, you might be interested. I just saw that as well.
Casey,
Mm-hmm.
I am also short on my shares. So whatever purchase I did, one day I bought some and I didn't get it, and they said it's T+2 kind of thing. But there was a day before that I had added some. I didn't get anything for that either. So I'm not sure what's going on. They have shorted me almost like, I don't want to say a number, but they have shorted me some shares.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Me too.
So
I'm not trying to create panic. I'm not trying to scream fire in the
no,
cinema.
yeah,
No
yeah,
pun
no, that's fine.
intended, or fire in the theater.
Actually, I'm redoing my math now, and I think I may have made a clerical error. I may have accidentally added in ape into my number, and so I'm looking at the numbers now, and I think I have exactly what I'm supposed to have. So I think when I looked at my position that I pulled up on a screenshot. Let me look at it one more time. Yep, that's exactly what I did. I did add that number in there. So I got exactly what I was supposed to get in one of my accounts. I haven't checked the other ones, so I just wanted to compare one account, and I did indeed get what I was supposed to get. So yeah, numbers look good for me. I'm good.
Yep, for me, I'm short.
Okay, since Casey just said that, I made the same.
I just wanted to make sure there wasn't some obvious plumbing thing that I missed or whatever. But no worries, no worries, and thanks for giving a little attention to it.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate it.
I made the same clerical error as Casey, but I actually have more than what I should have received. Now that I'm looking at it,
that's me as well. That's what I was just telling him while you were gone. I just went through the whole thing. Thanks for giving me the
it's
heads
only
up
like
on it.
3 shares more, but.
Well, I guess I'll leave that up to you guys to decide whether you want to complain or not.
Now, come on, man. I'm still a pirate. Look, I can tell you this. If it was a 1/1000th of a share short, I'd have been gone. I'd have been on the phone with them right now, giving them 3 kinds of hell. I'll be giving them what for. But we got an accounting error here that's in my favor, 18%. It ain't on the top of my list of shit to do today.
Tommy says y'all need to work on your math skills. No, Tommy, it's just that it's not the math skills. It was the eye skills. My eyes led me to a line where I thought I was supposed to add it, and I wasn't. And I went back and rechecked things, like any accounting person should do, is go back over their work multiple times, and easily figured out where my math was wrong. All I had to do was reverse figure out how many additional it was off by. And that led me right to exactly what I thought it was that I needed to recheck, and I went back and rechecked it, and sure enough, my eyes misled me. So, exactly, measure twice, cut once.
Yeah, Casey, I'd like to say that what you were talking about before you came into the Big Tramp was exactly what we were talking about in the Big Tramp before you said it, and I was like, yeah, see, he's saying exactly what I just told you.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way that Robinhood was the first one to get their shares given to give out.
Right. And so I think that's something that people should take they should take that massively into consideration for the future. Because
if I might just briefly, KC, Joe Pounce and a couple other guys just asked real quick if they gave me my share basis and cost basis and what it did to all that. And the answer to everyone, if I may, is no. All I got, all those are, and they just say they're populated with the word info. So no, they did not. They're still, I guess, hammering out all that data. So there you go.
Apparently they only give bonuses to the really heavy shareholders.
No.
I also noted. So Fidelity,
it's helpful if you have Polaroid pictures of your broker with his quote unquote secretary, and maybe shall we say less than family friendly positions. You know, if you have that kind of leverage, you guys don't have that on your brokers. Is that what I'm hearing? You guys didn't go out and get that kind of stuff? I don't know what kind of shop you're running here, man. You need to get on with the pirate program.
I don't know if you want to hear from the smaller Revolut trader, like broker, what the status is with those. But I might be one of the few that still has Ape shares.
Holy
And the
smokes! You still have
settlement
Ape
is still
shares?
not, yeah. I still have Ape shares. And the
Wow.
settlement is not yet settled. You want some?
That's kind of weird. Can you hold on to those long term and like as keepsake kind of thing, or what? What's the deal here? Are they
Looks like that's what's the plan, because after about half a day I finally got someone from their support to respond to me, and they told me that they're hoping that they're very busy to get all of this done. It's like someone's probably has a straw for each share, and they're splitting straws and sharing them, into cups and stuff. I guess that's how it goes. That it takes very long time for them to calculate, and they're hoping that it will be done by the end of the week.
Let me tell you what this reminds me of. I played a poker tournament one time with a seniors community, and the seniors were doing all these tips, little tiny things to just try and get just a little bit ahead of everybody else. And one of the things, and this is the first time I'd ever seen this done before in a tournament, they would hold back a chip underneath their hand when they were chipping everybody up, in hopes that when the next chip up, or maybe even 2 or 3 chip up later, they'd be like, "Oh my gosh, I don't know how this got on the table," and that they would get additional chip up for that small portion, right? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, that's what it sounds like, right? Can I hold some of these back and chip up for more?
Yeah. And the thing is, with Ape, there was no, how to put it, like event mentioned on the platform. There was an event mentioned for the reverse split. There was an event. Well, and the thing is, there was nothing for the Ape conversion, but there was also an event with today's date for the settlement, and still nothing. And for that, the same. They're hoping by the end of the week. So I don't know. It's very shady what's happening here. Needless to say, I transferred more funds to my other broker.
Carl said TD gave both fees back. Just ask your broker or complain. And if you're with TD Ameritrade, don't hesitate to call and get your fees removed. I don't want to say complain, but discuss with them about the removal of the fees, and very likely you can get those removed. But remember whenever you are dealing with your broker, guys, make sure you're very professional. You don't have to yell at them. You don't have to be angry or anything like that. Be very, very professional with your broker. Last thing you want, and I can't tell you that this is necessarily something that can happen or not, but the last thing you want is if they do flag profiles for being hostile, then it's probably not a good idea to be hostile with them, as you may not get good help in the future. So make sure to be very respectful to your brokers when you're calling them. Very professional.
KC, as pirate, do you have a handbook or some sort of study guide on not being rude and abrasive? I can brush up with maybe.
Yes, please. No, thank you. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Yes, sir. No, sir. You want me to write that down for you?
Has anyone with Schwab received their shares?
So just to be clear, walking in their office and just bellowing out, "Which one of you motherfuckers has my shares?" That's not going to get me the result that I desire.
Only if you wave a gun. Sorry.
Oh, no.
Sword? Can we substitute sword? I mean, well, I guess pirates have those little, what do they call them, a little flintlock pistol or whatever. Okay, I can do that. Yeah. Okay, noted. As you were.
Definitely walk in very flamboyantly like Captain Jack Sparrow.
The blunderbuss.
But there's nothing worse than It's the same thing in like even just simple stuff like food service, you know, like people like being treated with respect. And when you are, you know, pulling through a drive-through and it's some, you know, high school kid that's serving you your food and you say yes sir, no sir, yes ma'am, no ma'am, and they like feeling that. They like feeling like they're important, and they might actually treat you back with, believe it or not, it's amazing that they'll treat you back with respect as well. It's shocking. It gets you so far in life. It's insane.
Casey, are we on the channel live right now?
It is.
All right, I'll wait.
Yeah.
But I've already talked with these guys about the top of the pyramid of the crime, and I just wanted to go over with you to see if I'm seeing this right. But and these guys have already heard my point about what Kat put out about the, and I'm sorry about beating this dead horse. Let's just say they shook out 3 million, or excuse me, they shook out, and now we're only 3 million, and now it only takes 2.1 of the settlement shares to complete it. We know that's wrong. It's impossible.
Yeah.
Because you haven't even included the institutional investors, the teachers unions, the CalPERS, all those guys that have hundreds of thousands of shares. There's nobody. Censored talks about how, you know, we're still under placeholders, and my comeback was, yeah, but that's all on the brokers. Now that if these are all fugazis from the settlement, then now we've included the brokers are now part of this.
Right. Well,
And of course,
yeah.
I bite my tongue saying, well, they've already, you know, ST corrected me. We've already had placeholders, so they've been in the crime to begin with. I'm like, right, you're right. So how much farther down does this go? There's obviously more than 6.9 million shares that are being issued. It's obvious.
Wait.
Are we back to Gary? Where are you?
It's obvious. It's obvious. Yeah. It's obvious to an exact number, or I'm confused. What do you mean by it's obvious? Like just in general, it's obvious, right?
Yeah. If you took 3 million people.
Yeah.
Or 3 million retail investors, and gave them 2 shares, that's greater than, well, say 2.4 shares.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
That's greater than 6.9.
Right.
Which is being issued.
Right.
Which is almost like having a share count.
Yep. It is.
So now we're back at the beginning. Gary, when are you going to do something?
You know, but everybody wants to blame AMC and the board of directors. You know, and it's like, what the hell? How does that become a thing?
No, I'm not blaming them at all. I'm saying.
No, I know you're not. I know you're not.
Be the watchdog.
No, I understand. I know you're not blaming them. I'm just saying, like, I don't understand how it got there. Like, how in the world do we have people who are blaming the CEO and the board of directors for what it is that we're seeing here when this has nothing to do with them whatsoever? Ned says paid FUD campaign. I mean, it's just insanity. And then, but the thing is, though, Ned, is it's not all a paid. There are people who are literally buying into the idea that he's responsible for this, and it's just absolutely ridiculous to think that's the. I mean, it's bad. It's crazy. But let me ask you guys a question. I just kind of like in general, what do you guys feel like in terms of what I talked about when I first came back? What do you feel like? Did I say that? Did I go too far in what it was that I said?
I think you were right on line with exactly what I was trying to explain to a few people in back of the big tramp here. Like, there's a hierarchy in all these brokers and banks, and certain banks are going to get those shares first to give to their clients, and then after those are given to those guys, then it's like they're playing hot potato again in the same fashion as they've done in the past, where you've now got the shares, now we'll loan them out into the market, and they're covering somebody else's, a smaller broker's shares. And I think it's just a derivative on top of a derivative, starting all over again. And I think there's no way that Robinhood got their shares to be given out first, because they're way down on the food chain.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody disagree?
No, I don't anyways. I'm just I'm looking for a pattern right now on where price is moving to. I think part of the reason why we dropped right here is we broke a level we broke a level of support there. That quick rundown we were either going to break to the top side of this because we have the Fibonacci retracement in here. We were either going to break to the top side of this, but this is more of a what I would label as like a classic bearish indicator, because you got a flat triangle. Let me see if I can draw this. So you have a flat. That didn't work. Where's my drawing piece? I can't remember how to do this. I've worked with this like all day long. It's like it's like I keep switching between Trading View and this, and then I forget where my stuff is, and then I feel like that's not it. I don't know. Anyways, oh, here we go. This is the triangle right here. So, oh, it just keeps drawing. So that's the triangle right there, and we did break out of that once we broke down past the Fibonacci. We continue to go down further beyond this level of support here as well, and then it looks to me like we are kind of finding this level of support as a form of resistance currently. What'll end up happening is we'll probably see price trending down in a almost a descending parallel channel, which will likely break out to the top side, but my guess is not before they hit $11.19 here, as that is the price point at which we get a trigger the SSR. So let me draw this out here. Something along the lines of this. Close enough. So we'll probably travel down this. I do have this next Fibonacci retracement line or level of support, which is at about 1107. So they'll probably try to bring this down to somewhere around that point. It might even bounce off 1119 pretty hard. But I would imagine we will probably continue down this right up until about 1500, which would be about 3 o'clock in the Eastern Standard Time, which is 2 my time, which is what I usually call the power hour. So where we'll probably start to break to the top side. Jeffrey says, think we'll get any news press from AMC corporate after hours today? I would give them 3 days. I'll bet you we will hear something before Thursday. 3 days beyond today, because today is the last event that needed to occur, which is the distribution of the shares. If I recall correctly, last time when Ape was issued, Adam Aaron had one of his first tweets was to kind of give everybody an update as to perhaps how many of his brokers. Remember, he has 4 different brokers. Last time he reported to us, he said he had 4 brokers, and all of his brokers were reporting correct information at that time. So I think give him a couple days. The Rui Life says, how long can the stock stay on the threshold list? You need to, if you're thinking that there's some kind of time limit or something like that, you need to stop thinking in terms of that. So I wouldn't be thinking that being on the threshold list is going to specifically cause something to happen.
Overstock was on the threshold list for 660 some days.
Yeah, I see somebody put that in here. I don't know who told you the threshold list does something, but it doesn't. It just simply identifies how many positions are not being delivered that should be delivered. How they cycle those could potentially keep them off of any kind of transaction that would be forced.
I think there's a big general confusion about the threshold list as well, that people think that these things add up and they don't add up.
Yeah. Like
Because
it's some kind of continuous running total or something, but it's not.
Yeah, it's what you see for the number today is the number that are currently failed to deliver.
Right.
So if it was 2.6 million yesterday and it's only 1.5 million today, that means that they found 1 million of them.
Right.
And you get a lot of people on these YouTube things saying we have 160 million fails to deliver. No, we don't. We only have what the current date says.
The other part to that I'm going to take it a step further from what you just said there, and let's say it's 2.6 million, and then tomorrow it's 1 million shares, or what, is that what you said? 1.6 million?
I don't know. Well, numbers out of my
all right. We'll just make it easy. We'll say it's 2 million, 2 million one day. The next day it's 1 million. It doesn't necessarily mean that they found 1 million shares. It could also mean that they found 2 million shares, but a new 1 million shares were required to be found the next day. That could also mean that entirely too. It doesn't. You see what I'm saying? Like you could meet your requirements for the day, but going into the next day, you have another 1 million that showed up on the list because it's a constant. It's a period of time that those shares are making the list, or a certain quantity of shares that make that list for a certain period of time that allows you to be on that threshold list. So just think of it as like a warning to anybody who might be shorting.
Yeah, I think it's more important to watch if the number's going up every day. That's showing the pressure.
Yeah, I agree. Which we should be seeing numbers going up, I would imagine, with what we saw last week in short exempt volume.
If we're getting just placements or IOUs for this settlement, would those count as FTDs?
No, it's more of a broker problem. Your broker just may not. I mean, I would consider all of them IOUs, every single one of them. So it's more your broker just hasn't is accepting the risk of not purchasing the asset. And the reason that they may be accepting that risk is because they may believe that the price is going to continue to drop and that they can continue to make money from holding the position for you at lower prices. Until institutions are afraid of price moving upwards, they will not be incentivized to actually hold the position. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because the longer.
Casey, just FYI, we've got an active shooter on the University of North Carolina right now.
Thank you for announcing it. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
That's so scary. It's always scary stuff. Oh man, you know what?
You need to take. While you got just a minute here, you just need to go ahead and take my wrench away. I told you not to make me a mod. I booted DJ Ola. DJ Ola, the first guy that says hi to me every morning and cheers me up.
You gave him like the hard boot?
Man. No, man, I guess I fat fingered it, and he got a 5 minute timeout. I'm certain I've wounded him grievously, and I'm never going to hear the end of it. So I
He's a
warned
dude.
you. I told you I would make a poor mod, and here you go.
Gladly pick up pirate's duty if he's unwilling to serve the purse that you and with the tools you ingratiated him with.
Duly noted.
Oh my god. Oh my god. DJ, man, you know, DJ. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, he's bad. He's cool.
All right, that's good then.
That's weird because, you know, when Casey was at the break, that's all you talked about was like, I booted that guy. It felt so good.
I told you I would get that sumbitch. I'll wait in the tall grass for him, and when the moment's right, I'm gonna leap like a lion.
Hey, Pirate, I've been meaning to ask you all day, and I meant to ask you earlier this morning, but are you under the weather?
Yeah, a little bit, sir.
Yeah, it sounded like it in the voice.
It's all good though, man. I'm happy and cheerful, and man, it's a good day. So
You know, how many times have I gotten sick doing this live streaming?
Like
I think at least
Yucca comes in.
Wait, where's my drum? Oh man, hang on. Just it's right there. I can see it.
Or Yucca.
No, Yucca just gives me butterflies in the stomach.
Man, right between the eyes.
Oh man, I get a little woozy every time. I go, oh my gosh, here comes Yucca. What's he gonna say? Which I love him dearly, by the way. Yucca's an awesome guy. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, sick. How many times have I gotten sick that you guys can recall? Anybody?
I think two that I can recall for sure that you had a distinct cough.
No, not the cough, but actually being sick. Like you could tell I was just like way sick.
I can't. Yeah, I couldn't say that. I've just seen you mute the mic a few times to hawk an oyster.
Yeah.
But I haven't. I can't recall you actually like saying you're not on because you're sick. I'd have to say zero.
I think there's been
like remembering a guy's birthday.
I think I was sick once, and I
Yeah,
took a
yeah.
couple. I took like
wait.
an extra day or two off or something like
My
that.
God, who the hell cares?
No, it makes a difference. No, let me explain. I'm getting somewhere. I know I'm taking a long time, but geez.
My best friend broke his fucking leg, and my wife says, "Did you call him and ask him how he's doing?" I was like, "Are you fucking crazy? We don't give a shit, man." She's like, "He's your best friend. He broke his leg." I'm like, "So fucking what? You know, let him get a cane. I don't know what to tell you."
I've been streaming for like two years and 2 months now, and I think I've only gotten sick once, maybe twice. And I just want to say, like this is probably like a record for me in terms of not getting sick, and so I want to thank you guys for allowing me to have my health, I guess, because I normally get sick more often than that. So, I guess thank you guys.
So maybe the opposite could be said, that Yucca is keeping you from getting sick.
Oh.
How about that paradigm shift?
No, because I actually still get sick when he shows up.
Well, they say the more germs you're exposed to, the higher your tolerance level and build up your immunity. And we all know that
You're a bunch of sickos.
Yucca's not a stranger to rolling in a gutter. So.
Oh man. Wolfie said something about 84. What was 84? 84 times? Is that how many times?
He's including when you were being a whiny little. Well.
Oh yeah.
He's probably running. He's like on Barstool Sports right now doing an over under. They probably got a bet going, and Vegas is making odds. This thing's turned into a side hustle on how many days you were sick.
Uh-oh. CHX apparently just had like a massive bump. Ooh, wow. Holy moly.
Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, it's time anyways. Why not, right? I'll take you over to the other page. I already refreshed it. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. That is a shit ton of shares going through CHX right there, guys. That's the equivalent of 25.5 million shares going through that exchange. No, 2.5. I'm sorry, 2.5 million shares. Dang, that's a lot of shares. Okay, but we've seen higher. We have seen a lot higher than that, but 2.55 million shares. Wow. That's a lot. 30,000 shares is enough to get me excited. So 255,000 shares. What's higher than excited? What's much higher? Those are some big numbers.
Eject. Well,
I was going to break into. I'm so excited that isn't that the it's raining men. I'm so excited.
What? What did we just? What did you just? I don't know. What's going? Yeah, numbers. Let's hold a second here. I'm logging into my account. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold on a second here. Let's see. I don't know why, but my broker logged me out of my account, and they shouldn't have, because I didn't do it that long ago. So I'm not gonna give you guys a speech right now, but. Give me 1 second. I love how my phone, this is like the funniest steps that my phone goes through for this two-factor authentication now on my account. It does a facial recognition, and then after it does a facial recognition on my phone, it says, is it you or is it not you? And it's like, what is the bad guy going to push? It's not me. Like somebody's trying to get in my account. I just don't understand like how that would work out exactly, but whatever. Seems awfully not helpful for trying to protect protect me and my accounts. All right, starting with off exchange, as you guys can see, by this time of the day, I would normally expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX. We got 51.4% going through off exchange, EDGX at 12.34. The combined total on that 63.74%. Obviously, with some of that really large quantity of volume through CHX, it's going to drop our numbers a little bit. We're about 0.26% less than what I would expect to see going through those exchanges. Like I said, CHX is 255,709 shares so far for the day-to-day. Taking a look at GME, CHX volume is sitting at about 135 shares. Nothing unusually large happening on that one as of right now. Taking a look at Ortex. Did you guys know Bob Barker dead? That's yes. Right. We'll have a moment of silence.
Didn't he die a couple years back?
I know, that's what everybody's saying.
He was already gone.
I know, that's what everybody's saying. They're saying, I swear this is now a new Mandela effect. We've got a new one. I swore he had already passed away several years ago. He made it to 99, by the way, guys. Ultimate legend, 1 penny off $1.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
He turned that wheel pretty good.
Yep. I mean, he's the wheel turner. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 1.05 million shares having been returned. It's now 739,000 shares having been borrowed. That's obviously going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 11.36%. Cost borrow mins at 0.35, average is 17.77, max 55.82. Shares on loans at 21.44 million shares. That is likely going to continue to go up, I think, over the next few days. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I took you back over there too quickly. I got to show you the options. Highest amount of call volume. It was at a $13 strike an hour ago, and there were 6.5 thousand contracts for the day. It's now showing still $13 strike with 6.7 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume was at a $10 strike with 19.9 thousand contracts. It's now 23.4 thousand contracts. Market insinuating a potential close somewhere around $11.50 by the end of the day. Combined price of AMC and Ape. Or what am I saying? I keep doing that. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is in the top. I can't count. We are holding 11th position, most heavily traded stock for the last 2 or 3 hours. 74.18% buys to 25.82% sell ratio. Looking pretty strong. GME was 30th on this list and has moved up 2 spots now. 64.04% buys to 35.96% sales. Not looking too shabby. SSR tripped on Friday, so it's on for the day today and would trip today at $11.19. You can bet your bottom dollar they're going to try and trigger that for the day today. NASDAQ is up 0.43, Dow Jones is up 0.35, S&P 500 is up 0.28. We have 3,812 advancers to 2,340 decliners. The market is less advancing now than it was an hour ago, and is actually taking quite a swing for the other direction in the last hour. Big bank movers for the day today. I'm only going to read off anything 2.75% greater or greater. FRC is down 3.33%. And that's the biggest mover for the day. Ethereum Classic is down 1.69 and trending down. The US dollar is breaking even for the day and consolidating on a slight downtrend. Oil is up 0.25 and starting to trend down all of a sudden. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.21 to 0.25 and trending up. SPY is up 0.32 and took a little bit of a tumble here in the last hour and starting to try and trend back up now. VIX is currently down 1.53% and hit a bottom of about 1509 and then started trending back up to 1551. VBR is up 0.78 and after having had a pretty severe drop. VB up 0.71 after a severe drop. Tesla is down 0.63 and trying to recover after a severe drop, and Amazon down 0.73 after a severe drop and is trying to trend back up. Cinemark is up 2.1 trending up. Doge is down 0.07. For the most part for the day, it's been trending upwards, but on a current downtrend. Bitcoin is up 0.04 and trending up. Looks like it was trying to break the trend up this last rundown as well. GME is up 2.16 on a downtrend and maybe starting to consolidate just a little bit. Put my Bollinger Bands back up here. HYMC is up 1.57% trending up. NCMI is up 0.93 and consolidating. Hood is up 0.24 trending down. And AMC is down 7% and looks like we're trying to break the descending level of resistance and of this descending parallel channel, which could have us breaking to the top side and retesting 1185, 1186 range again. So far for the day today, we have approximately $7.3 million more inflow than outflow. 18.14 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 280 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 25.26 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million. I think that's going to be a good prediction. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 19.06 signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.68, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.6, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.63, which is below average. We got AMC stock continues to fall after Ape conversion. Throw good news. It's like said no MSM ever. With that, I yield my time back to the back of the big tramp.
Haha, your time is ours. Casey, quick, well, not survey, but quick question. How does it feel for you since we kind of pushed you to make this switch to have like the Discord open every day? Do you like it? Do you find it does it drain your energy more? Or is it boring? How do you feel?
Some days it makes it go by a lot faster. I really do feel like the day goes by faster. Because I mean, it gets kind of difficult sometimes to. I tell you what, I probably answer far less questions in the comment section than I used to.
Chat,
yeah, and I feel bad about that a little bit.
Is it time for you to do a poll to see if we should shut it down? That might be prudent. You just put it to your listening audience, and if they think that it's detracting from the show and detrimental, then perhaps we should go back to the old ways and keep the masses happy, keep everybody happy.
I could poll that and see what happens.
Yeah, it's all anonymous. Nobody knows what the vote is. Nobody gets their feelings hurt. You can keep your viewership happy. I mean, after all, it's the people, you know.
Yeah, indeed. So, while I would, I really enjoy this format. It's it's what people enjoy more. So, yeah.
Oh, let me put it up there and see. Let me pull it. Start a poll.
It's certainly been long enough for everyone to have an informed decision, and it might be time for us to wind down this foolishness and let things return to a stable environment instead of a lunatic ward.
That question is less stupid, though you asked it in a profoundly stupid way.
All right. I'm going to.
I'm sorry, I can't help myself.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that.
That's what she said.
Only for you, preacher. That's not what she said. The rest of us.
I mean, they see and they can't stop. Can you do?
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. I want to give options for people to vote here. I'm saying, so I'm saying in the question, do you like the daily back of the big tramp commentary? And then I'm putting yes, leave it like it is. Yes, I want like 2 yeses and 2 nos, but them to kind of like maybe have like another option or something. You know what I mean? Like, yes, leave it like it is. Yes. But something. What would be the but?
Do you think part of yes might be yes as it is, or yes but without soundboard? I don't know. Maybe for some people it's annoying. I know for us we're enjoying it, but
yeah, that's a good idea, preacher. Yeah, give them like 4 options, 2 and 2. Yeah, that's very.
Well,
very
the
thoughtful.
4 options are KCs. I'm just thinking, what to put in those options.
Without Yuka.
I thought about putting that in here, but I wouldn't want to put that in here because I actually like Yucca being back here. So,
well, Casey, you can still make the poll and then like give 0 fucks about it because it's your channel. So.
Well, somebody's got to like him.
Question 5: would you like to see more women?
Like in real life or on the stream?
Is altogether have
Well,
one L or
well-
two? It's got one, right?
One.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I just want to make sure. I hate misspelling. I have this like real like. I don't like to misspell, and I'm a really bad speller, and so I hate putting out stuff that is misspelled. So I just want to make sure it was one.
If they put a little red line under it, it's wrong.
Yeah, only they don't do that in these stupid polls. They let you look like a moron. I don't know why, but they do. They leave you looking like a moron. The question portion of it, but the answers that you put in are the actual polling portion of it that won't autocorrect. So, but yeah, I mean, how long have we been doing it like this now?
Well, Gina
was
had a
it like
good
2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks.
I led you into that one.
Well, we started when you taught me how to turn the little soundboard on with the musical note, and we just did the rim shot. That was kind of the first. That was the first innovation, and it grew like poison ivy after that.
Mm.
For the soundboard, I don't mean the whole thing. I mean that was when the soundboard started becoming a problem.
The one thing that was distracting to me, and I had to tell you guys to knock it off, was that poker though. I couldn't, because that was just like completely like talking about hands like in the middle of a conversation or something like that. That was too much for me.
Yeah, and it was we were kind of ashamed of ourselves. It was really just something that popped one day when I think there was an inordinate amount of time, and what we should have done is, if we'd have been proper about it, we should have shut it down when we went back live. But we, as we're known to do, we just fucked it all up, and kept on with the revelry, and really embarrassed ourselves. So I'll say again, we were sorry about that.
No, I don't mind you guys playing poker. I would just like just play it and then but don't talk about it. Like what happens in the back of the big tramp stays in the like just if you're gonna play poker, just mute yourself or something, or I don't know.
So 600 listeners doesn't want to hear Foo scream, fuck you. I knew you had the pair of queens. They're not interested in hearing all that.
Right, exactly. Because I mean, nobody knows what's going on, right? And it's just like so random that it just seems odd, and I don't know. Unless I could put up a picture in the corner of I could remove the big tramp, and I could put a picture of the poker game happening with you guys in the corner down there, so that people could see what was happening.
It was at this moment that Nathan knew he fucked up.
But if I start playing poker throughout the day and my wife sees that, she's gonna think I'm not working.
Just call your union.
Well, look, it's not like this is without precedence. I mean, I've heard like at Amazon and Microsoft, don't those places have like basketball hoops in the office building and like buffets and frappuccino machines and shit like that? I mean, if they can have all that shit, surely we can have a poker room where we can have cigars and all that shit. I mean, it seems like that's the corporate way now.
Amanda says your voice puts her to sleep. I think it's a her. It could be a he. I don't know which, but it doesn't really matter, right? It puts them to sleep. I don't know what that means. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Oh, it calms you. It calms them down. Okay, so it's a good thing. I think you just gotta.
Okay, for the briefest moment there, Casey, I was going to ask you to spell her name. I got a hit list. I keep a grudge list, man, and I can't spell Amanda, so I was already like, you need to spell this Amanda for me because she goes right to the top of my shit list.
I mean, it says Amanda and Dakota's true love, so it could be Dakota as well.
Dakota.
Yeah, it could be Dakota. I don't know. I don't like to assume.
That just means two lines on my shit list.
Yeah, I don't like to assume. I got in trouble for that. Did I tell you my getting in trouble story about that? I got in a lot of trouble. I made an assumption. Huh?
For assuming?
Yeah. So one of my daughters had a friend over, right? And her and her friend were playing up in their room, and I get a knock on the door. And I go over and I answer the door, and there's this young kid standing there. He's like, "Hey, is my sister home?" And I'm like, yeah, hold on a second. And I shout up to the top of the house because, I'm just, we can show there's a passageway, breezeway through up to the top floor. Just go, hey, Kelsey, your friend's brother's here. And then of course, a friend came down and walked out, and then I shut the door. And then at dinner, they proceeded to tell me that was the friend's sister and not brother. And I was like, oh my God, I had no idea. It looked just like a boy, sounded like a boy. I had no idea. I'm so sorry. I felt so bad. I felt like just terrible inside. And I was like, oh my gosh, I really screwed up by making an assumption. And then about a month or two later, she became a he. Wait, did I say that right?
So you were vindicated?
She was in the process of transitioning and came out and let everybody know that they were transitioning. After
Isn't there a rock song about that? Like along the way, he was a she and said, "Hey man, take a walk on the wild side."
And I felt so much better because I was like, see, I called it like I saw it. And that's what you should do is call it. And so, I was doing the right thing. So, I don't know. I'm just so like, I feel like I'm like, if this is the closest I could possibly get to Vietnam, this is what I feel like. It's like I have like all these phobias of like accidentally like screwing up and calling somebody the wrong thing these days. And it's like, I feel like I have to be it's my fault. No, they were already. I found out that it wasn't my fault. They were actually already transitioning, and that's why she looked so much. So I felt bad. Then I felt like I was right. Because man, let me tell you, they got all pissed off at me for saying that.
My God, who the hell cares?
No banana.
I was mortified, guys. I was mortified.
You should write a song. Oh, Aerosmith already did it. Imagine my surprise. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man. The real life says, and your daughter was in the room with his brother. No. The term shim isn't just for woodworking anymore. I don't know what that means, but yes, I do.
She, him, shim.
I knew exactly what it meant. I knew exactly what it meant. I didn't want to laugh about it, and then I couldn't help myself.
He just wanted he just wanted to throw you under the bus. He knew exactly what it was, and he needed somebody to say it, and you took it like a catfish sucking in a night crawler, man. Hook, line, and sinker.
Oh, man.
Oh, poor Foo.
That's okay, Dakota. That's awesome. Congratulations. That's awesome. I think that's wonderful. I feel so bad though. Oh man.
I had a lovely wife once.
Can you say sibling? I guess it's okay to say sibling, right? I guess I should have shouted at the top that your siblings here. It's okay to say that, sibling? I think.
Yeah,
sibling.
Who wants to live in a world where you got to do that kind of mental gymnastics every time you speak a sentence?
It's tough for me. It's really, really tough for me, man. I try so hard to be nice and not try to offend and it's so difficult for me to
the eagerness for people to get pissed off and take offense has reached a crescendo. I mean, it's an epidemic, and pretty soon you're not going to be able to talk. There's not a single syllable you could utter that isn't going to get somebody's panties in a wad. So you might as well just wrap your head around it now and say, fuck it, let the hide go with the hair. I'm going to say what I want, and anybody that has an issue with it can see me.
Well,
you can come see you.
So the problem with that is I I'm the kind of person. I like to respect others, and I don't want to, feel like I need to. But I would expect the same too. I think they, I expect that if they're going to respect me, and I can respect them, and we can choose to have differing opinions, and that's okay. And there's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't mean that I have to tell them how to live their lives or anything like that. But, and I think part of that respect comes from me choosing to call them what it is that they want to be called. And so, I'm okay with that. I just
dare you?
I just have a really difficult time with it though, because I'm so stuck in the whole. I grew up in the '80s, and a boy's a boy and a girl's a girl, and it is what it is, And so now I'm having to like rewire everything.
I understand.
It's tough.
I understand where you're coming from, and I'm not advocating for just being a prick to people. I'm more, and making I'm more of the. I have a problem with if someone inadvertently offends someone. They're not going out of their way to be cruel or bullying them. You call somebody a he, and you thought they were a she. I mean, it's all quite innocent. But this need to try to turn it, this need to make it a tempest, the tempest in a teapot. This need to try to drive this big, once again, this big dramatic event over some perceived slight. It's just reached epidemic proportions, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Casey, what if you calling her brother was the final straw for her to transition?
No, no. That's why I was saying that I found out that was already the case. The transitioning was already happening. I know, because I kind of felt, like, oh shoot, but then I was told that they were already transitioning. So they just hadn't told everybody yet. So, and it was the first time that I had ever seen them knock on the door before. It was a completely brand new kid that I've never seen at the door. So and when they said that their sister was in here, I just assumed that it was a brother, because they talked like a brother, and it looked like a brother. So.
Like a brother? Hey,
Yeah,
I have an order book question. Sometimes there's a big swath of bright pink orders that go through.
Yeah.
Do you know what those are?
We talked about that the other week, and Ivan was actually asking that same question, and they're outside the bid and the ask. In other words, right now, if you look at the top of the screen for the bid and the ask, we've got a bid of 1147, and then the ask is 1150. So if an order came through and you saw it go through at some value, that value is going to be outside that spread. It's outside the spread.
Are you talking about
that's what it means.
spreading the ask?
Yeah, it's the difference between the spread and the ask. It's the spread, ask, and the bid.
So I noticed they've been spreading the ask a lot recently.
Now, yes.
Hey, I do my best. Damn it! Take it out of my Christmas bonus, man. Sometimes the mouse eludes me. I'm furiously swinging that little arrow around, and sometimes it takes a minute, but. There you go. You got your damn rim shot. Just have my check ready on Friday.
All right, then.
Get her done.
I'm also known, not anymore, but in my early 20s, I was also known as the guy who would ask women how many months they're pregnant for without actually knowing if they were pregnant. Yeah, that didn't go over too well for me, and I learned really quickly that's not okay to do. It only took once. I didn't have to. Yeah, but I mean, I got lucky quite a few times. So I was lucky quite a few times before I ran into a situation where I was wrong. Yeah, it's just
That's just a nice way of saying, hey, you need to start taking care of yourself.
David Casey had a lot of preggers on his bookmarks, I saw.
Casey, I worked with a lady that just one day took maternity leave. I was like, what the hell is that even? She was 8.5 months pregnant.
Oh, you couldn't even tell?
Nobody knew. She didn't even know, or she said she didn't know.
Fun fact, I have like an 80% rate of being able to guess a woman's whether she's having a boy or a girl in their second trimester. I'm running about an 80% success rate right now.
What is it? Because the height of how low they carry the baby?
It is so offensive if I tell you. You'll have to just promise me you're not going to hate me.
The titty fairy comes to town.
I won't even I won't even tell the women how I do it.
Every guy that's got kids, every guy that has kids knows that when the woman gets pregnant, there's a little bonus in the bra department. I mean, it's just
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with
science.
determining the sex, though. That's a different art altogether.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I thought you meant in determining. I thought
No,
you meant
no.
determining whether she was prego as opposed to just like the buffet.
No. Whether it was a boy or a girl, and I have So here's the deal: if a woman's in her second trimester or entering in close to the third trimester, without saying anything, when she's walking away from you, if you can tell she's pregnant, she's having a girl.
To be continued in
For some reason, the boys tend to ride a little bit more in the front, so that you can't really tell that they're as pregnant, and ride low. They ride really, really super low and in the front. But if they're having twins, then it throws everything off, because then it changes everything with the body structure.
All right. Well, I'm not a gynecologist, but I'll take a look.
Yeah, it's really, really kind of interesting how accurate it is. I've never understood why that's the case, but it does seem that women do tend to carry the sex of depending on the sex of the baby, do carry them differently. And I didn't notice it until I was paying attention to people that I was around more often that were pregnant with different sex babies, right? So I found out over time. I was like, well, that was really weird, because I noticed there was a difference in how they looked in their pregnancy. So it was just kind of like noticing the differences and kind of keeping track of that.
The far funnier one to me is the people who think that there's things they can do to enhance their chances of a boy or a girl based on a lot of the old wives' tales, positions and foods they could eat, and things like that. Some of that stuff is really funny.
Yep. I know my parents tried to influence for me. They wanted a blonde-haired, blue-eyed child, and did a lot of some of those things that the baby books recommended. And they got a blue-eyed, blonde-haired child. So I don't know if it worked, but of course that obviously, I think it all has to do with genetics, but whatever.
If I had a UFO or alien tinfoil hat button, I would have been pushing that sound button right now. Do 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 do. Third dimension.
Steve says, respect for the waddling moms with 4 daughters. 4 daughters all at once? Yeah, man. Yeah.
Actually, I heard about something. I heard about the method, and now again, probably that might go into this department, but apparently it came from an actual doctor. And it seems like there's a very high chance that you'll get it right if you want a boy or a girl, depending on if you do the deed in the beginning or end of the ovulation phase.
Was the doctor an ophthalmologist or?
No. The thing is, apparently, and this is what the whole thing is relied on, is that apparently let's say the little buddies, the swimmers, right? The male ones, so the ones that would carry a male, whatever, egg, let's say, not egg, whatever. The male ones are faster, but they get tired sooner, so they kind of go away sooner. while the females are slower, but they hang around longer. So basically, if you want a girl, you basically would need to use the calendar to check when your ovulation is coming. So you basically do the deed before you should ovulate, with about like a day or half a day, so that the male ones are gone and only the female, let's say, guys are, well, the female ladies are hanging around waiting for the egg to pop. And then with the boys, it's kind of on the other side. You know, you're trying to look at the end of the ovulation period and trying to do it then, so that the boys go in. If they catch the egg, they catch it. If not, the girls don't have the chance to hang around
And by the D,
fertilize the egg.
You mean the boom boom or the Cosa Loca or what?
I don't know how, you know, this international slang. I don't know how to call it, but
international music. Here we go.
yeah.
Oh boy.
That music crosses boundaries.
Yes, it does.
Exactly.
All right. Well, I got to go to break, guys. I stayed around to tell my baby predicting
Pregnancy
methods.
story?
Yeah. So I'm going to head to break here. I'll leave the poll up and running for a little bit, but overwhelmingly people like the Big Tramp open up in the commentary. Now they're second guessing themselves. So we'll let that run for a while. And I will see you guys back here at about 2:10. I'll see you guys in a bit.
All right, then.
Now the boys can talk amongst themselves. Tron says, TD gave me 1 share less also. Are you sure it wasn't a fractional just underneath a share and maybe they rounded it down? Perhaps? I don't know. It's a possibility. Look into it. See if that's maybe not the case. Somebody was suggesting, I think, leaving the Big Tramp open while I'm on break, which I would do, but I don't necessarily want the guys to feel like they have to entertain. And sometimes they like to just have a little peace and quiet time to be able to speak amongst themselves. So I probably wouldn't do that, but it does sound like you want a little bit of a difference in music choices, so I will change it up right now, as a matter of fact. It's probably going to be horrible, and you'll beg me to go back to what I had, but here you go.
Hey, it's Benji from All Good Folks. If you love our music and you want to support Upbeat's amazing community of artists, upgrade to Premium today and help us keep creating great new tracks for you.
All right, guys, I'm back. That's kind of a fun song. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at some of these numbers right after I move some screens around. Alright, now that the music's died. I just didn't have the heart to stop that song. It was really intense. Let's see here. Moving on. Where are we? Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange and EDGX equivalent of about 66% of the total daily volume. And we've got 52 point. Let me make sure I refresh this again in here real quick. 52.52% going through off exchange and EDGX 11.84. The combined total 64.36%. That's about 1.64% less than I would expect it to be normally by this time of the day. CHX volume for the day is at 255.7 thousand shares, quite high. And taking a look at GME's CHX volume 160 shares, nothing unusually large on that one. Ortex. By this time of the day, on Ortex, actually there is no set standard on it. An hour ago we had about 739,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It is now reporting at 2.03 million shares having been borrowed. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 11.53%. This is one of the things that I told you guys that I expected to see happen, that we would end up seeing with the conversion and reverse split, that we would end up seeing somewhere between 8 and 12% in our of short share interest of the free float. We ended up having them right around, I don't know, after it was all said and done, it was about 11%. A little bit on the higher side than I was thinking. But that was mainly due to the fact we had a bunch of borrowed shares on Ape a month before the conversion. Borrowed change amount today with 2.03 million shares is bringing our short share interest of the free float up to 11.53% now. So it is rising. Cost to borrow mins at 0.35, average is 17.13%, and max is 55.82. Shares on loan for the day today is at 21.44 million shares. What the heck is going on with my account? It keeps wanting me to log in over and over and over. Hold on a second here. I don't know why it's doing that. All right. Options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been right around a $13 strike price. An hour ago, there was 6.7 thousand contracts in volume. There's now 7.1. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $10 strike. It was 23.4 thousand contracts an hour ago. Now 30.9 thousand contracts. And market's still suggesting around 1150 close by the end of the day today is where the spread is. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for. AMC on this list here with a 74.58% buy to 25.42% sell ratio. Still looking strong. We're still in 11th position and most heavy amount of trades in the market. And GME, Fell off the chart here. They had a good buy-sell ratio though. An hour ago when I was taking a look at this information. Not sure why that fell off suddenly. The rest of the market must have seen a spike in volume, and perhaps GME did not. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day tripped at $11.19. Oh boy, those market makers can push through all those orders now with short exempt volume. There are 0 shares available to borrow according to IBKR. SSR did trip while I was on break. NASDAQ is up 0.54, Dow Jones is up 0.43, S&P 500 is up 0.39. We currently have 3,830 advancers to 2,323 decliners. The market's more advancing than it was an hour ago. As far as banks go, I'm only looking for plus or minus 2.75% or greater of a change. FRC is down 3.33% for the day-to-day. Looks like everything else is within that margin otherwise. Ethereum Classic is down 2.01% and starting to tank a little bit here. DXY, the US dollar, is down 0.02%. And it was consolidating and is now starting to trend down as well. Oil is up 0.38 for the day-to-day and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.22 to 0.26 and trending up. SPY is up 0.34 and trending slightly up. Height today that we reached was about 443.26. I suggested to you guys earlier this morning maybe 446. Potentially by the end of the day. We never saw quite that much. VIX down 3.19% and trending down. VBR is up 0.83 and trending up. VB is up 0.68 and trending up. Tesla is down 0.55 and trending up. Amazon is down 0.54, trending up. Cinemark is up 1.16 and trending down. Doge is down 0.61, taking a bit of a tumble here again. Bitcoin taking another bit of a tumble, down 0.66% at 25.9K a coin. It's not that big of a tumble. It looks worse because I'm zoomed in on this really close. GME is up 1.93% and trending, consolidating. HYMC is down 1.63 and trending slightly down. NCMI is down 1.17, trending down. HUD up 0.38 and slight trend upwards. AMC is down 10.38% for the day-to-day, and we have approximately $8.5 million more inflow than outflow. 21.02 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. After 354 minutes worth of trading. I think that's right. My math seems off there. That's gotta be right. We're on pace for about 23.15 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 18.66, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.75, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.69, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 25.26, which is below average. Do note we've seen on a 5-minute interval a TD9 print out here, pretty steep slope down here, and I think we're about getting ready to see a potential break. We should find that support at about 1107. Should see a end of the day break back up here unless they try to pin price right where it's at. The only way they're going to be able to do that is if volume kind of shrivels up and just dies. Do note that on the way down here, this did touch the Bollinger Band, so we should see at least a return to the simple moving average before the day is over. And let's see here. With that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the big tramp. Let me head back that direction. Gentlemen, I'm back.
Oh, hey, Casey, what's up?
How's it going?
Sometimes it takes us a minute to get our microphones going. We can't be trusted to be quiet, so we kind of self-police by miking ourselves or shutting our mics off. So sometimes it takes us just a second.
You know, it's just an uncomfortable second of silence while I sit there and wonder why the hell they're not talking. What's going on here?
We're mad at you. Over the calendar year, Bitcoin is up almost 33%.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Pretty amazing.
Calendar year, huh?
The discomfort you endure for that few seconds waiting for us to turn our mics back on probably pales in comparison to the discomfort you would suffer if we had a hot mic moment that was, over the top.
So, Casey, you were just talking about the Bollinger Bands, and I was looking at my average true range chart with the 3 levels of support and resistance.
Mm-hmm.
And its support level 3 is at 1104.
Yeah, that's pretty close.
Yeah, and then support level 2 is at 1182.
It's just an uncomfortable second of silence while I sit
there and wonder why.
Hot mic. Hot mic.
What's going on here? You're getting a big bad feedback loop, Tom.
Oh, sorry.
Dude, you're like 8 minutes behind on that feed. I can't tell if I'm like.
I thought maybe I double dosed on my gummies or something. I'm like, did I over medicate? I mean, there's like a time warp, man.
Well, yeah. This is going back to the whole Mandela effect thing. I could have sworn Bob Barker died. How in the world is it that he, like, I don't know, man. That stuff really bothers me sometimes, those Mandela effects, because it's just kind of like you feel like you know something to be true, and then all of a sudden you find out that something that you knew to be true is false. Now all of a sudden Bob Barker's dying a second time.
Early on, there was a time when I spent a little time in a Yahoo finance chat, and there was somebody who went in there every single day and listed another celebrity as being dead, and it took me a while to catch on to it, but it was just, I guess that was their thing, every single day they would show up and just do a short burst of a little lie, but it went on for a great deal of time.
What the fuck is going on?
Literally, Tom is like listening to the live stream from some other device and the Discord at the same time, and he's now having delayed reactions to the live.
Yeah, he's in a time warp, man.
This is really interesting. I think it's funny because he's gonna start commenting on what I'm saying right now and like about time it. It's about probably about a minute and a half.
We could have, if we'd have been thinking on our feet, we could have fucked with him a little bit and acted like we could predict the future. I was like, I bet you I know what Casey's going to say next, man. I'm going to show you how I'm clairvoyant. I'm clairvoyant. Check this out. No way, man. No way. How'd you know that, dude? I'm like, I'm clairvoyant, man. I got the power. I hold the power, man.
Yeah, that's funny. Why didn't we think of that? I should have played it real on down low and then timed it to kind of figure out what the time spread was and then just start messing with them. That would have been really funny.
We're not fast thinkers, man. I mean, if we had any sense at all, we could have worked that thing. We could have squeezed a lot out of that one.
You know, I fell asleep on the couch early last night and probably around like 9 o'clock, and then I woke up at about 2:50 in the morning. And I made that mistake of not just grabbing my phone and going upstairs and going to sleep, instead of grabbing my phone and turning it on and looking to see what time it was. And as soon as I looked at the time, I was like, well, damn, I wonder what the stock price is. So, of course, I got up.
You see, my brother and I slept in an attic together. And when I got old enough to where I could stay out real late, I'd come in and I'd be a little liquored up and I'd come in drunk and be obviously dressed. But I would come in and he would already be up in the attic sleeping. And when I would go in, inevitably he would wake up. And I was in the process of undressing, and he groggily sits up and he looks at me, and he just assumed that I was getting up to go to school. So he leaps out of bed and thinks he's late. I could see him just furiously dressing. So then I reversed course. I just immediately started acting like I was redressing, pulled my trousers back up, and so he finishes and he just takes off like a bat out of hell down out of that attic. And then I just stripped down and went to bed. So he went like, I don't know, fucking midnight, 11 o'clock. So he went downstairs and did everything and then it took him like another 40 minutes to figure out, man, he was furious when he came back upstairs. And he's giving me three kinds of hell, and I never said a word. I never once lied. I never once said, hey, you're late for school. His assumptions were on him.
What were you saying?
I gotta apologize. I just realized I was the guilty party for the.
I was just wondering. There was a message in chat that someone saw like a 30,000 on the.
I thought I was fucking hallucinating.
Question, I don't know if that was a 30,000 shares or price or what that was referring to.
On where?
In chat, wait, it was a message from Darren Thompson. Did you see the 30,000 flash up on the L2 sell side?
I didn't see it. I missed it.
It's a few messages up. If you scroll like one page up, basically in chat, you should see it.
I don't know, man.
It's okay.
Oh, there it is. I see it. Did you see the 30,000 flash up on the LT sell side? I did not. I missed it. Yeah, I didn't see it. The question is did it go through the order book, the time and sales? Did we see 30,000 shares traded through there?
I assume that's a no.
Well, it's documented now. We can. What is the deal with these orders that are going through on the outside the bid and the ask? It's insane. In the previous timeline, Bob Barker already did, and Trump was a reality TV personality. That never happened. Man, so many orders. This is insane. There's so many. Every single time they go to mash down price, we see orders suddenly going through outside the order book, out of the spread, and then all of a sudden, next thing we know, price starts dropping. I don't know what the deal is with this, but it's insane.
I would say crime.
There it is, another 9,299 shares in this order too. It's crazy. There was something I was going to mention. Yeah, no, I don't remember what it was I was going to mention. I can't think of it. I don't know. I don't remember what it was. We
Everyone's
have
getting a pay raise. We can all expect a bonus this week. We get next week off with pay. All of the above.
no. I really can't remember what it was I was going to tell you guys. There was something. I don't remember. I read something somewhere.
The level two order book was the topic. Watching all the orders go through, someone said they saw a 30,000 order flash and then disappear, and that was the direction we were headed in.
I guess I'll mention something that last night I very quickly stepped into into the Discord to ask you guys a quick question about a name that's been brought up a couple different times. And it was the Frank's Place. Was that a YouTube channel or a Twitter account?
Twitter.
Okay, so it was a Twitter account. I was looking for a YouTube channel. I thought he had a YouTube channel.
Oh shoot! I was like, I bet Casey's not using the apostrophe.
I believe he does have a YouTube channel, but it's called something different.
Do you know what it is?
Let me take a look. I think I do know. Hold on.
Anyways, I saw, and it wasn't just Fu. You weren't the only one. There was actually multiple people who've actually kind of been saying the name, and I was taking a look at some of the information that he had posted out recently, and I was trying to contact him. Be really careful because there are things that he has stated that I think are more of a theory than they are necessarily the truth. So just kind of be careful with that because one of them he says is a theory, and I have searched up and down, left and right, back and forth, sideways, and inside and out, and I have not been able to find anything that would prove that what he's saying is correct. So in regards to it being just a theory, I would have to say that it is that and only that. And what that was in reference to was he had posted up something where he stated, I'm trying to pull it up here as I'm talking. He stated, in a reverse stock split, your shares are proportionally split because you are long. For covered short, they are borrowed through a broker, so they are proportionally split as well. Naked positions never borrow shares to be proportionally split. If they sold 10,000 shares short post-split, without collusion, and then he emphasizes may still owe 10,000 shares at 10x the price, 1 to 10. As reasonable in AMC's position, needing more liquidity. This is just a theory, but if you want to talk 5D chess, checkmate. Credit due animal. I don't buy into that. Any naked, if you're creating a position where you're going to be naked short on something, if that position is reduced by a factor of 10, then that position that you would owe would be reduced by a factor of 10 as well. So just because it's naked doesn't mean that it's not also reduced, right? There's still a reduced factor. So I don't necessarily buy into that. And I think anybody who tries to buy into that's probably going to find out that they're probably going to be a little bit disappointed when they think that that's going to be the case. But having said that, all of last week, like I said before, there was short exempt volume in the range of about averaging 4.79 million shares per day. So, and that's reverse split numbers. That's a lot of shares. That's almost like they didn't make the market for the retail traded portions of purchases that were made the entire week.
Casey, I'm not 100% sure they're the same person, but the YouTube channel was Uncle Frank's Finance.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think that's him. I don't think that's him. I don't think that's Uncle Frank. I know who Uncle Frank is.
Yeah.
And he's he completely hates on the management of AMC, and Frank's place does not. He's actually a proponent.
Yeah. I did see that when I was going through his profile, and I do follow him, by the way. I'd heard you mention the name a couple times, and so I thought it was a YouTube channel that I was looking for, not Twitter. So that's good to know now.
The only group of Twitter that I've mentioned in the chat is Investor Turf. They're the only ones that look legit on Twitter, but
also this weekend I had the opportunity to show you guys a couple different of the profiles that were following me on Twitter, and one of them, ones that I think we kind of covered was Advice Analytics. I don't know if you guys remember that one or not, but I reached out to them to ask them why they were following me. It says that they're an equity research firm with a special focus on microcap and small cap stocks. And I did receive back a message from them. I sent that message to them July 28th of this year, asking why they followed me. And they said, thanks for your message. Looks like we missed responding to your message, and it might be because we're interested in the tweets. Or they said, maybe your interesting tweets was enough to grab our attention. I was like, okay. So
I'm taking out the trash and sorting it.
I don't know if we have an attorney in the group or if anyone can reach out, but is it against the law to like call up hedge funds and big JP Morgan offices and then play the monkey soundbite for their answering machine?
I like your thinking.
I mean, is it illegal? I mean, I'm not saying is it right. I'm not asking that. I just want to know, are there any exposure to jail time or fines, or is it merely in poor taste? They're different things, and it's important that a pirate know these things.
I imagine there's a warning, then it's harassment.
Yeah, I think the first one's free.
Maynard says you asked me why. Also, there's a reason why I ask everybody, and everybody gets like the same blanket message from me. So don't feel like it was it wasn't that I suspected anything nefarious. It's just I wanted to verify you were a real person. So don't. Usually I'll try to verify that they're a real person before I actually follow back. So just because there's so many bots. Albert says, not a lawyer, but I wouldn't do it. He has, however, 2 free breakfast meals at a Holiday Inn in his wallet. Or he could have. I could send it to him. That was probably one of the best ones that I got rid of. Out of all the ones in there, 2 free breakfasts.
Wasn't it expired or something?
Yeah, that's why I got rid of it. Yeah. You know, I actually have... here in Texas, we have a movie theater chain called the Alamo Draft House. And I have 2 free rain check movie passes, and I think all but one of them is shut down since COVID. And I probably don't ever plan on using these ever, since I go to AMC now. But, yeah, those are probably going to be more for keepsake than anything.
Are any of you guys old enough to remember the old game show called Let's Make a Deal with Monty Hall? Before the show would start, or at the end, he would go through the audience and ask women for random items, and if they could find one in their purse, it was worth like $5,000.
What?
Any of you guys remember that?
Dang, that's cool.
Yeah, it was a bid. It's kind of like the Price is Right, but it's along those lines. But it was let's make a deal. They had 3 doors. You could choose behind each one of them. One would be like a '66 Mustang, and the other one would have a burro, and one would have like a bucket of water. And you got to they would compete, and then you'd pick a door that you wanted. And if you open the first door, maybe it'd have like a boat in it, or a John boat and a fishing an outboard engine. You could either keep it or trade it in for another door, and then you'd open the next door, and there might be a donkey behind it. That was kind of the show, but they had this thing where he would walk through the audience before the show and after, and they put the camera on the people, and they put the microphone in their face, and he would say things like, "If you can produce a paperclip, I'll give you $1,000."
Whoa.
So it was it was a big game where, and they would pick things that you stood a good chance of having, but you didn't necessarily know. And so it became a game for the audience to try to carry as much shit in there as they could and as women. But I was just curious if anyone here was old. I know I'm an old fart, but I was just curious if anyone in the chat remembered the Let's Make a Deal show with Monty Hall.
I don't. I mean, I remember hearing about it, but I don't remember seeing it though.
Watched it all the time and press your luck.
I went through another section of my wallet just now while we were talking, and I found 2 top golf cards, one for me and one for my wife that I'm going to get rid of, because now when you go there, you just plug in your phone number and they know who you are. And a stamp card for Cafe Java. That is, they don't take stamp cards anymore, so it's pointless in having. But let me ask you guys this. Would you keep an expired first aid and CPR certification card in your wallet?
No.
No, it sounds like a lawsuit.
Right, yeah.
No, it just...
My certifications are all expired. Ditch the Blockbuster card.
Do you have anything from Toys R Us?
No, I don't have anything from Toys R Us.
Casey, you know, there's actually an Airbnb Blockbuster place that you can kind of rent, and it's if you really want that nostalgic experience. That's true.
Around here locally?
Let me check where it is.
All right, that's it. I've gone through my whole wallet now. I have emptied out everything that I could possibly empty, and it doesn't seem any thinner.
By the way, am I the only one that carries? Actually, never. I don't think I ever. No, I needed it once, but I almost always carry a Band-Aid.
In my vehicles, I have first aid kits, but not. That's it.
I had an uncle preacher that I used to fish with, and he died at 82 years old, but I never knew him to have less than 3 Band-Aids in his wallet at any given time, his entire life.
Roseanne says I should keep my CPR and bloodborne pathogen certifications, as the reason is when you renew it, it will determine if you have to take a beginner test or a renewal based on time expired. So thank you for that, Roseanne. I will keep those.
It's in Bend, Oregon.
Bend, Oregon. You know what you do in Bend?
Over.
They got great microbrews and food trucks there.
Yeah, it's true.
Man, I think isn't Bend, Oregon, if I remember correctly, isn't that near Sisters or no? Is that on the way to Sisters?
The ski area, yeah.
I think it's called like Three Sisters or something. Man, it's been, hold on a second, I gotta pull up a map real quick here.
Yes. It's about 25 minutes outside.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's a cool little town, by the way. I've only been through there one time, and we did stop in Bend, Oregon, briefly. I think to eat eat a meal, and then we were actually heading to stay at a resort in Three Sisters, so which was an absolutely beautiful resort, by the way. Highly recommend. I'm trying to look to see what the name of that resort was.
Would you stay in Bend over Three Sisters?
Bend over? What?
I would stay in Three Sisters over Bend. Just my own personal preference. Wouldn't you know that? They're trying to stick price right here. And never would have guessed that was going to be the case. Why can't I find it? I see where Bend is. You said 20 minutes, right?
About 25 minutes, half hour. I hiked there last time I went to visit my buddies. Ben.
Is Sisters... It's east of it, right? Oh, there it is. I see it. It's west of it. You have to go past Sisters to get there?
It was about 7 years ago. I don't remember.
Yeah. Whatever. Beautiful state. If you guys ever have a chance to hit up Oregon, definitely go during May, June, or July. Those are the best months of the year. And you will have the best time. You'll have a good vacation, I'm sure of it.
I hear it.
Is that a guaranteed?
I mean, welcome, Yucca. Good to see you. welcome back. Did you hear me talking about you earlier?
Ah, man, my ears were red.
Yeah. Did you get your plumbing issue fixed?
They're coming back for that.
Oh, I bet they are.
Later on this evening?
Yeah, after 2. After 2 o'clock.
But Yaka, you're a bit early. Casey is still here.
You were talking about me earlier.
Always Yaka. You're always in our minds.
Yeah, it's just I can't not think about you, Yucca. It's you're always on my mind.
Yeah, Miss Shaw is jealous. Yaka.
That's creepy.
That Nicki Minaj song, Nicki Minogue or Minoj, that song pops in your head every time you see Yucca coming. You're all I think about these days. I can't stop thinking about you.
Wait, whenever do you see Yaka coming? What kind of relationship?
Anyways, back to Bend.
Let's talk about Three Sisters.
Yeah, let's talk about those sisters.
Who's sister?
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
I don't have any sisters.
Yeah. I have one. She's happily married, so none of y'all can have her.
Sorry, Boo. She's taken.
Really? She could be number 7. Nice round number.
Foo's wives are like those characters on the Dr. Seuss thing. That thing 1 and 2. You remember the Dr. Seuss? They had the little uniforms. That's how Foo's wives are. He's got them all T-shirts with individual numbers on them, like a football team.
But Foo, just one thing.
Two, bitches. I'm sorry.
Foo, you know you can have a girlfriend without marrying her as well. Like, I don't get it.
That's me running.
Well, who else would he give half of his shit to every 5 years?
What about now? Did you find someone to give half your, AMC profits to?
Right.
You might only have a few weeks left, so like 2 weeks. So hurry.
When are you going to be rich? 2 weeks. Oh, great.
That's how I keep it.
keeps them coming around with 2 weeks. Man, look at that. Look at that push there at the very end of the day here. Really trying to just absolutely just keep the price right here. This is impressive. You got to hand it to them. They really do know how to drive price down here.
What? How come? Why is he not offering anything yet? What is there something in the contract or in the filing that he can't do it? He can do it anytime, right?
I mean, it said that they could. The last filing said that they would do it after the reverse split and conversion had been completed. Yeah.
So why? I mean, if he's,
I don't know. Maybe he's bleeding them right now.
this is like $1. This is technically $1.
Yeah, like a few seconds ago, I was checking my my broker's account, see if the funds didn't arrive. Wishful thinking.
I fully expect to see this all week. It wouldn't. I know I'm gonna get kicked in the crotch for saying it, but said it during poker, and if I can say it and be man enough to say it sober, I see it trading right here, kind of being range bound, maybe a little bit, but at least until Thursday, and then I look to see them rain hell down on us Thursday, and then I think we'll have a party on Friday. But then again, I'm just a stinky pirate hooker.
Hey, you said it, not us. All right, well, guys, it is that time of the day. Unfortunately. Yep, I will step out of the back of the big tramp and see you guys in a few minutes. While I tell the rest of you the usual spiel. All good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors. For crying out loud, go see a movie because after all, that is what we're here to do, is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good day. Have a great day. Beep, beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Shuttles and bridge Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at SM. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
Everybody's losing their mind on the same old radio. We got nowhere to be, got nowhere to go. All you gotta do is relax and take it slow. Believe me, son, life gets better when you slow your roll. It's gonna be a good day. It's gonna be a good day. Summer clouds, they always seem to roll on up. When they show up, they just got enough of a good vibe I can see up ahead in the sky. That's where I find my little peace of mind. Yeah, yeah. It's gonna be a good day. It's gonna be a good day. When my time comes and they lay me in the ground, I hope nobody's feeling sad or down. No, no. I lived a damn good life and left my mark on this town. Yeah, yeah. Even though I won't be here, I'll always be around. Oh. It's gonna be a good day. It's gonna be a good day. It's gonna be a good day. It's gonna be a good day.
Getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and own. those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and